Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well today. Let's see, do I have anything exciting to announce? I don't think so. Other than the setting challenge, I should remind you there is a setting challenge on to set your own little pack of octoquadri. Details are over on Discord, so if you want to review that, I should remind you of that. So if you want to get your feet wet with setting, if you haven't done it before, you can start with a little 4x4. We get to start with this puzzle. Oh, we do have a guest on Sunday, a possibly unnamed guest, but that is also exciting. And we get to start with this puzzle by BenceJoful. I love Bence puzzles. So this puzzle was voted for by David, Russ, Ambrose, Luda, Doomed Yacht, and Woofers. Thank you all for your support. This was, by the way, part of a 41-way tie. So if you are someone who is at the windmill level on up, then you should definitely go in and vote on some puzzles if you would like, because you can have a lot of sway. I think Tristan wants me to nudge this over like that. It will make him happy. I did notice there's some experimental features in Sudoku Pad that say something about streaming, but I don't know what they do. I asked Tristan to look into it, but I think he has not gotten to look at it yet. Like that? I think I can still let it be this wide. I think that's okay. But I do intend to look into what the new features are, because I know there's a few things. There is one thing I saw, which is that you can turn on the ability to draw on that like that. Although then you can't delete it unless you go in and do this. So I think this feature is going to be very useful, but I don't think it's there quite yet. But the drawing on the grid feature seems super nice from a point of view of notation. Okay, so in short, standard Coral and Starbattle rules apply. Good. In full, we need to shade some cells so that all shaded cells from one orthogonally connected area, that's the coral, and the unshaded cells are all connected to the orthogonally by other unshaded cells to the edge of the grid. That's the water, if you like. So we'll do coral and water. No 2x2 region can be entirely coral. It can be entirely water, however. Clues outside the grid represent the lengths of each of the blocks of consecutive shaded cells in the corresponding row or column, not necessarily in order. So the not necessarily in order is going to be the trick. Place 2 stars in each row, column, and unshaded region such that they do not touch even diagonally. So that is the star battle part. So stars all go in the water. We can make them jellyfish or something. Let's see, how big is this grid? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's 12 by 12. So 1 by 8 is not quite enough to have it be forced, but we can at least say things like these have to be coral, because if this isn't coral, there's 6 cells on that side and there's 5 cells on that side. That's not enough to make a coral reef. Oh, I think I decided I like the coral to be orange. Likewise, that's got to be part of the coral. Let's see. If I do this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that needs to be part of the coral, and that needs to be part of the coral no matter what. You can probably do something similar with the 7 here. So if this was water, that wouldn't work because I couldn't fit the 7 anywhere. And if that was water, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that could be water. But that can't be water, which means that is water because I have to avoid a 2 by 2 of coral. Okay, and so now this column has a single 6 in it, and so we know the single 6 is this 6, and so the rest of it is water, and these are both water in order to make that work. Okay, well, we know where the 7 is in this column. It's got to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We know there's a 1 up here somewhere, but we don't quite know where as of yet. This is definitely part of the 8, I suppose I know. Let's see. I suppose there are unclued rows and columns I had not really appreciated. Yeah, there's 1 up here. Let's see. Can both 3s be down here? As far as I can tell, both 3s can be down here. So I don't think I know anything about up here. Oh, in fact, actually, I do know both 3s are down there. Because in this column, the only things are 3s. And I can't stick a 3 up here without creating a 2x2. So in fact, actually, I do know that my 3s look like this. That is blue. I believe it could be maximal, but they're not in order, remember. So the reason I liked this one, or I checked to whether this one was maximal, was that I was hoping it would immediately force some things. I think it probably is maximal. I guess if it is maximal, we've got 8, 9. Yeah. If it is maximal, it does at least tell me that these are both orange, I guess is what it tells me. Because that means the 3 waters are definitely in the middle. And I guess it also tells me that's orange. I was thinking I didn't get anything out of knowing it was maximal if I didn't know the order, but that's not true. I do get something out of it. Let's see, this is 6, 7, 8, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this bottom row is also maximal. So those are both orange. Let's see. Okay, in this row, the 6 needs to be on this side because this side doesn't have room for 6. And if this is not part of the 6, then I don't have room for the 6. So this is part of the 6. And so the 6 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's just those that are all part of the 6. So we can fill in that. And over here, there's a 1 and a 3. This blue hasn't connected to the edge yet, so I have to continue it. Let's see. Vish has a good point up here about what goes on this side. I can't possibly put a 4 on this side, because if I put a 4 on this side, it's going to cause a problem. So I have to put the 4 on this side. And so either this is the 4 or this is the 4. And in both cases, that means that this side is the 4 and the 1, and both of these are orange. And this side, therefore, is the 2 and the 2. So those are both orange, and that's blue. Let's see, and I can, I suppose, mark those as being done. Let's see, I guess these I could mark as being done. I can mark that as being done. That's done. Let's see. Hey, Franco, how are you doing? I feel like there was one more row or column that was maximal. 7, 8, 9. This column is also maximal. And so that makes that also orange, which makes that blue to avoid a 2x2. So that's one of my 1s in this column. If this is not the 3, then I need to put the 3 and the 4 up here, and I don't have room. So this is definitely the 3 of the column. So that's blue. That's blue to avoid a 2x2. I haven't thought about the star battle at all yet. Presumably at some point I will think about the star battle. Okay, so these are a 1-4 pair again, and so the same way as it worked up here with the 1-4 pair, I know that these are always orange regardless of which way the 1-4 pair goes. Right. Vish makes a star battle point, which is that this needs to grow because every bay of water has 2 stars in it, and I cannot fit 2 stars in one cell, or in 2 stars, or in 2 cells for that matter. I suppose I can mark things like, I know this isn't a star. because in this column, both of the stars have to be in this bay, and so that cell's not a star for whatever limited amount I get out of that. Probably not very much. Let's see. Okay, we've got a 1, 2, 5 here. Row 4 can't have 4 on the left side or 5 on the right side, as you can't have a 1 in the row then. I will look at that later, I suppose. This cell, oh, sorry, that's not row 10, column 4. This is row 10, column 4. Right, this is water because this row is only 1s and 2s. And so therefore that is definitely water. I agree. And we've got A2 in this row so far. Okay, so I guess maybe the point, this is not the point people are making. I think it's going to get me the same place. This can't be a 1. Because if this is a 1, then I can't fit either a 4 or a 5 over here, and that's not going to work. So this is either a 4 or a 5, is basically the point. So we can do that. And likewise with this, if this is a 1... Oh, okay, this could be a 1. That's not true over here. This could be a 1. But I guess the point is the 1's actually over here now is the way to think about this. And so the 1's over here, and it can only go with a 4, which means this has to be the 5. That's how I'll think about it. So this is, again, a 1-4 pair, and we know what that looks like by previous logic. This is blue because of our thingy thing. Let's see. Okay. We got there eventually. I mean, these assuredly don't connect. This row now is maximal. I guess it was always maximal, Elm points out. So actually here, we know we've got our 6. These are the 1 and the 3, and then that's water. So this is a slight variation of our already existing pattern for the 1 and the 3. Oh, I guess this is definitely coral because there's only 2, or sorry, definitely a bomb. I don't know what color I'm going to make my bombs. I don't know. That doesn't show up super well. We'll make them, I guess I usually do black circle. This is definitely a bomb because this row needs 2 bombs that need to go on water. And so we can do that. For this row, and whichever one of these is in is also. Stars, bombs, yeah, I guess the... Oh, yeah, this row is the same. Yeah, it's any row that only has 2 water cells. Yeah, you know that has to be a bomb, and so we know that is not a bomb. I don't know how I started calling the stars in Starbattle bombs, but it may be too late to fix me in that particular regard. Ah, yes, yes, yes. That's very smart of Jaleb. If this goes up, then it's a 4, and now the 4 becomes a 5, so it doesn't go up. And ergo, this orange continues over here. And now these two oranges are the 2-3 pair, so every other orange in this row needs to be only of length 1, because of the fact that there's only two things of length at least 2 in this row, and it's those two. This orange needs to grow, and now by virtue of this column, it's either a 4 or a 5, but we see that in fact it is a 5. Very, very cool. Okay. So we can fill in a bunch of stuff like that. Hey, Mekti. Let's see. I need one more 1, and there's actually only one more place for one more 1 in this row, right? Isn't that literally the only place for a 1? Unless I have miscounted. I'm going to quickly recount after I do this, but this is really 3, 2, and 3 1s. Yeah, this is right. Okay. So that cell is also orange. So we have that going on. Okay, this needs to make it through some way or another. Blues don't have to connect to other blues. Oh, sorry. Blues do have to grow up because of the Starbattle rule, right? So, in fact, this blue actually has to go up this far because of the Starbattle rule. And so that has finished a 1 for me in this row. Oh, and now this orange just connects up because the orange is all connected. And so that's my 5. Yeah. Okay. Now where does the 4 go in this column? Well, now we're back at 1, 4 in 5 cells, right? Sorry, in 6 cells. And so again, we're back at this arrangement. Somehow that's the arrangement of the puzzle, is the 1, 4 in this column. Okay, so this 1, I guess, is either the 1 or it isn't the 1, which is maybe not the most useful observation in the entire world. There are only 2 water cells in this column. By the way, this water has to grow. But the only 2 water cells in this column are both bombs. So that is a bomb, and that is not. Oh, let's see. Column 3 needs a 1 and a 2, I am being told. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Okay, yes. This needs a 1 and a 2. And basically, I can't make this the 1. So this is the 2. So where is the 1? And the only place to put it is there. So we get all of that orange, is what chat is saying. And so now this column is done. These blues both need to grow for reasons of even either coralness or bombness. Take your pick which reason you would like, but they have to grow. Now this coral has to connect, and this coral has to connect, so we get a little thingy thing up here. This is now my 4, so it's done. And so now this column actually is done. Over here, oh, and this column is also done. And this water, remember, grows out. This coral grows out because the coral needs to be connected. And in fact, that coral is connected. So we get all of that. We can make that not a star. In fact, actually, in this water, we know how to place our stars. Take your pick of whichever way you would like to think about that. We know there are 2 stars down here, so therefore there are no stars in here, so these are not stars. And therefore, if I look at this, I have to make these 2 stars for this lake. If I don't make these 2 stars exactly, it doesn't work. The the way to think about that is that if I make either of these cells a star, I actually prevent everything else in this region from being a star. And that would be bad. So that gets us these stars. This column is done with stars. This cell can't be a star because assuredly one of the stars in this region... actually, here's the easiest way. There's 2 stars in here. If neither of them are there, that's 3 stars in this column. So this is definitely a star. And so these aren't stars. And so this is a star. It's not exactly how I saw this, but it turned out to be easier than the way I saw it, so I'm going to go with that. So this is not a star, and now this is for this lake, or for this column, take your pick. How you would like to think about that. Okay, good. We've got lots of star-battled so far. Okay. We have completed 2 ones in this row, I see. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's 8 clues done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, how about that? So that is definitely in. You cannot have a checkerboard in Coral either, because if you have a checkerboard in Coral, I know that you always have to think about like every genre. Unless you just have a memorized list, you have to think of every genre. Am I allowed to have a checkerboard or not? And usually the answer is yes, but the answer is no in Cave and Coral and Yin-Yang. And it's no in Coral and Cave, because if I connect the orange to the orange, I make it impossible to connect the blue to the wall. So this is blue by virtue of checkerboard rules. One of these is going to be the thing. Let's see. Oh yeah, we got that already. Yeah, we've got one of these over here. I may at some point be forced to contemplate this. Let's see. Row 10 has only one way to finish the 2-2. We've got 1-2 already. Row 6, column 10, and row 10, column 10 are blue for the column. How do I know what order this column goes in? Let's see. Got our 2-2 there. I know I've got my 2 things here. I know I've got 1 over here. Like there might be some weird checkerboard deduction over in this area, but I can't quite see it if there is. This column has how many water in it? There's 7 orange and then 3 gaps. So there's, I guess, 5 total water. So there's at least some double water. Let's see, there are 4 strands of coral in column 10. none of them can reach row 6 or row 10. Uh, uh, I don't understand what people are claiming. I believe it, but I don't understand it yet. Let's see. Because people are claiming, for example, this cell has to be blue. But I don't understand why. Oh, I have 4 groups already. That's the point. Okay, yes, I have 4 groups already. Thank you, Kale. That was beautifully stated. Yes. So I have 4 different pieces that can't possibly join, and so those are blue because of that. Uh Agree. Sadly, there are allowed to be 2x2s of water. Oops. I did not mean to do whatever I did. Uh yes. Okay. Thank you. Uh Oh, this can't be coral. There's a deduction that was the kind of thing that I was looking at. If this is coral, then this is water and the coral is disconnected. Or I guess alternatively, I could just say that as the coral needs to connect through the only outlet over here, which means that that is water. This water needs to grow, assuredly to be at least that large. This coral needs to grow to connect, and so we actually know how to bomb this coral. Okay, and so now that's 2 bombs in this row, so that's not a bomb. So therefore, these are both bombs. And so now I agree, this is maximal. This can't be the 4 because of Jaleb's earlier point that I did not or that I did not see at the time, but I can see a second time, because if this was the 4, it would grow up and it would become a 5. And so therefore it's only a 1. Therefore this orange grows out. Let's see. Now I only have 1 gaps left because I've got 3 water here plus the other 2 gaps is 5 water. So I know that's orange. So I know that's blue because the blue needs to have the appropriate number of things. That's blue because I need to avoid a 2x2. Oh, and we're back to the 1-4 thing again, right? Because we're back to 1-4 and 6 cells. Yep. So that is orange. I should mark that I've got 2 of the ones done. I've got at least 1 of the ones done in this column. Oh, that finishes the 1-8 row. Good eye. So that makes that orange, makes that blue, which makes that orange and that blue, finishing the column. Okay, these are both known to not be bombs because we've got all the bombs in this column already. And these are known not to be bombs because we've got all the bombs in this row already. Let's see. Row 6 does need stars. That is very good. So these are both, these are both bombs. And therefore nothing else in this water collective is a bomb. Let's see. I do need 2 2s here, but it's okay if this isn't one of them, I think. It's even okay if this is orange, I think. I might actually be able to make, like, every combination work. Yes, yes, yes. Jaleb points out that the water collective is sufficient to do this. I've tried to only put X's in water because you can only put bombs in water, is why I have not been Xing around the bombs in the water. I might have missed one, but it's been out of that effort. But Jaleb's point is the water collective means this isn't a bomb because it would be a third bomb in the water collective. So therefore this is a bomb and therefore it is water. But this bomb is not part of the water collective, so we can put that there, and then we avoid a checkerboard by connecting there. This bomb is part of some piece of water, though, so we can extend that over there. 2 is the largest that appears in this column. Hey, Nell, how are you doing? So that 2, we can check off a 2, I suppose. Okay, that gets us our 1 and our 4 in this row. So we can fill those in. Let's see. Okay, so one of these is a 2 and one of these is a 1 is what you're telling me. Oh, row 1 now has a 4, so that is blue. Very good. So those we can redden. This can't be orange because of the 2x2 thing, because if this is orange, then it makes that blue, and now this is a disconnected coral. So, in fact, that cell has to be blue, which means these both have to be orange, which means that has to be blue, and we can, in fact, fill this in. I suspect there probably was another Starbattle-y way to fill that in as well if we wanted to do that kind of thing. Oh, this is also unstarbattleable, so this is bombable. Okay. The other bomb in this column is definitely in one of these 2 cells. Oh, and it's not that one, actually. So we actually know where the last bomb in column 10 is, because it can't touch the water collective, and so it's got to go there, which happens to be the last bomb in this row. Oh, my 1-8 is done. Oh, my 1-3 is done, so that's water. We need to avoid our checkerboard as usual. Oh, sorry, wait. That's the one I meant to unbomb, but I can even do better, and I can just bomb that cell rather than unbombing the other thing. But I can unbomb down there. Now this eye has to connect to the coral, which it can only do through here. And so we did get our 1 over here. This row needed to have 2 2s. It currently only has 1 2. So we have that. And now, let's see, now we need a star down here. I don't know why that time I called it a star. Don't ask. Okay, 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. Excellent. We have done it. That was very fun. I really enjoyed that. Very nice puzzle there. And I can only imagine that setting this was a complete nightmare, as I assumed setting every Starbattle puzzle ever has been. But a very, very lovely construction there to Bence. Alrighty, I'm going to take a real quick break, and I'll be right back with more puzzle action. Uh-oh, what did I do to column 10? Oh, I didn't read the clues in column 10. There we go. Poor column 10. All right, I'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. Still trying to remember to sneak in puzzles that I have created every now and then. So here is one of them. So this is a projected sums puzzle. I think this is another of my puzzles that was never published on LMD. So that means, at least at the time, I didn't particularly care for it. We'll see how we feel about it now. I enjoy how there's a given 5 in row 5, column 5. Let's see. So we have normal Sudoku rules apply, as well as normal rules for all of these various constraints. Clues outside the grid are projected sums. So projected sums, I believe, are the brainchild of Grockles. Huge fan of Grockles. I have not seen Grockles around much as they used to be. But Grockles has been on stream a few times. Let's see. Clues, and so these are projected sums, and they give the sum of all clued cells in the row or column. Is every cell referenced by a dot, renbon, whisper, arrow, thermo, or X? So I guess like one thing we could do just to make this look a little bit cleaner is that we could, we can just highlight all of these in a light color just to see what is happening. And so we do have some quite interesting things going on in some of the rows, like these two crisscrossy ones are quite interesting in that they have to be quite large. Given digits are specifically not clues. I did not mean to restart. It's interesting that in these cells in the column have the same sum as these cells in the row. I wonder if that is relevant. So in particular, whatever these sum to is the same as the sum of these. It's probably not relevant. I guess it's at most 17. So you could say that these sum to at most 22 in both directions. So it's a maximum of 22. And so I guess that's saying these sum to a minimum of 6, which is horrendously not useful. Let's see, 11 is not incredibly impressive. Oh, right. Sorry. I'm counting the 5. Right. Sorry. These sum to a max of 17, which means these two sum to a minimum of 11. Right. Yeah, they need to sum to at least 11, right? And likewise in this column, these two need to sum to a minimum of 8. And so if these sum to a minimum of 8, that means they have to be either 3, 6, or 4, 8 at least. Is the upshot of this. And these need to sum to at least 11, which I guess just means they're at least 2. Although I guess you can't have them be at least 2. They have to be much bigger than 2 because these two numbers are not that far apart. So if you look at this, actually, like, I can't make these 2, 9, for example. 2 is too small. And then 3, 5 is too small. 4, 6 is too small. There isn't a 5 at all. So that means that these are, in fact, from 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, Alima, how are you doing? The setting challenge, you have a month. from Sunday, I believe. So I think it's due something like April 10th. Okay, so this is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these, in fact, sum to a minimum of 13. Which means these sum to a maximum of 15. So the total sum of the arrows is a max of 15 from here. And the arrows from this point of view, these sum to a minimum of 9. And so, therefore, these are a max of 16. Okay, that's not super helpful. But max of 15 does put a lot of pressure on these. Yeah, we can certainly mark these as 6, 7, 8, 9. I agree with that. Oh, Garian says I did the math backwards. These sum to a minimum of 9. So these sum to a maximum of 16. I got the same answer. Oh, Garian wants me to do it the other direction. Garian wants me to say, okay, now I know that these sum to a maximum of 15. So these sum to a maximum of 15. And therefore, these sum to a minimum of 10. So they aren't 3, 6. That's what Garian wants me to say. So I will say it. So this isn't an 8. And this isn't an 8. This also isn't a 7. Because there's not a 4 on this arrow, and I would need a 4 on the arrow. So this is 6 or 9. So we've got that. Okay, so this is either 6 with a 1, 2, 3. Oh, why did I take 8 out of there? I don't have a good reason why I took 8 out of there. I know why I took 8 out of here. I don't have a good reason why I took 8 out of this cell. Okay, and so now actually, right, now we do know the sum of the arrows, because now these sum to 12, so these sum to 13, which means the arrows are a 6 arrow and a 7 arrow. And so we can actually fill this in and bring out Zach for the 60 dance. Boop, 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 wop, 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 wop. Boop, 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 wop, 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 wop. Boop, 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 boop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. That was very messy for a zetamath opening of a puzzle. Let's see. So these are from 1, 2, or those are 1, 2, 3. These are 1, 2, 4. Okay, and so no 6s there. So therefore, this is at least not 5. I'm surprised that's not relevant. It seems to not be relevant. This is a 1, 2, 3. Okay, we can fill in this row. We have a 3, 7, 8, 9 is what's left in this row. And therefore, oh, right. We can do much better. In this row, that's 13, so I need these to be 15, and so therefore they're 7, 8. And this is 6 or 9. Okay, much better. The column is 13 plus 12, because 4 plus 8 is 12. And so 13 plus 12 is 25, is what I got. So these are a 9 and a 3 in some order. Oh, I sense that there is a Zeta trick about length 3 Renbon needing a mod 3 number. Because these are both, I can't believe I'm using the Simon term. These are numbers that are both multiples of 3. The last multiple of 3 in the column is therefore here. And therefore, this x can't be 1, 9, and it can't be 4, 6. And it can't be 3, 7. So this x is, in fact, forced to be 2, 8. And so, therefore, this black dot is 3, 6. That was sneaky of me. And this is a virtual triple is what this is. It's a virtual 369 triple in the column. Yeah, mod 3 number is definitely Simon's term for number divisible by 3. I have never heard this used in this context outside of Simonness. I could be wrong, but I have never heard it elsewhere. Okay, so now this cell is a 2 or an 8. Because every black dot that's not 3, 6 needs a 2 or 8. So this is a 2 or an 8, and this is a 1 or a 4. Just to sort of spell out all of that. Sort of squinting down here, but not immediately seeing anything. Okay, so now this Renbon, if you look at it, it needs to stay between 2 and 8. So this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is all that can be on it. So in particular, I guess one of these is definitely a 9 because it's a 3 or a 6 that I need down here. Probably not a 5 or a 7 on the black dot. This can't be an 8. Fun fact. So this could be 3, 6. Or it could be 4, 2. So I think this number can only be 2, 3, or 6. If I look at this, it can't be 8 because that would make this 4, 8 looking at that. Okay. I'm squinting to look at my clues to see if any of them are interesting immediately. Let's see, this 21 doesn't seem incredibly interesting. That is a 2-8 pair in row 2. That's a good point. So this is not 2. And these things are neither 2 nor 8. So if these are high... then I guess they're... Yeah, I guess these are a little restricted if they're high and very restricted if they're low. Actually... Oh, yeah, they just can't be low. That would be too many lows. Right. There's 3 lows in the row, right? There's a 2 in here. So these are high. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, right? Because we've already got 3 lows, which is these 2 and the 2. So yeah, so these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, and that one can't be a 6. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, and that one can't be a 4. And now that's going to put a lot of pressure on this 20 clue because, oh, right, no 8, right. That was the whole reason I was marking this in the first place. That puts a lot of pressure on this 20 clue because now these two things sum to at most 7. So these two need to sum to at most 13. Or sorry, at least 13. Therefore, this number is at least a 4 at a minimum. Oh, right, this can't be a 3 even, as João points out. Because if this is a 3, then I need an 8 in one of these cells and I can't have one. So this digit needs to be a 4, because if this digit isn't a 4, then these are a 1-2 pair, which would force these to be an 8-9 pair, which does not work. So this is a 4. And so now we have that digit. So yeah, so this number here needs to be now at least 5 and at most 6. So we get that this is from 5, 6. This is from, therefore, 6, 7, 8, and then 7, 8, 9, if I write these out sort of full Goodliff mode. These sum to at most 6. So these sum to at least 14. Yeah, this can't be a 7, because if this is a 7, then these don't sum to at least 14. So this is always an 8 or a 9, I agree. Let's see. I never actually filled in this pair. It's probably a good idea for me to do so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 6 and 9. I probably want to know just for eventualities, presumably. Uh, now the 11 clue Vish points out is under pressure because these sum to at most 7, and so therefore this needs to be a 6. And so now these two need to add to 5, which definitely means this is a 2, 3 over here in order to make that the case. Let's see. That 4 means the remaining things here need to add to 12. So that's actually quite restrictive because these sum to at least 11. So these need to sum to at most 5. So this is certainly not the 6. So this is not a 3. And if these things are going to sum to at most 5, that means this number needs to be a 1, 2, 3 number. It's not a 1. So actually, these are just a 2, 3 pair, I think, is the only way this works. Right, because now this is 4 plus 7 plus 2 plus 3. Yeah, that's, in fact, actually, it's got to be a 2, 3 pair, with that being the 7 and that being the 8. And that being a 2 or a 3 means this is a 1 or a 2. Oops. And this being an anything. There's no more 3 on the Renbun anymore. So now there's a 6 on the Renbun, if you just look at it. So now that's a 9, and that's a 3, and that's a 9. So that's not a 9. Let's see. These are a 1, 2 pair now, right? So that's a 3, and that's a 2, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 9. That has become an 8 and a 2 and an 8. Let's see. 8 in box 9 is placed there. Very good. So that's a 4 and an 8 and a 9. Let's see. Okay, so here we've got a 21. Those are 13, so these need to sum to 8. Oh boy. Okay, so that's quite restrictive because the only way these are summing to 8 is with a 3 and a 5. So in fact, that seems to me like maybe that was actually restricted way sooner. Maybe not, but it seems quite restricted, right? So that gives me the 2 and the 1 and the 2 and the 1. That's probably why I didn't like the puzzle, because of that step. That was probably a little... That was slightly heavy-handed for my taste. Most of this puzzle I liked, but this was... if the 4-8 black dot... Isn't it even more restricted if the 4-8 black dot is the other way? Because then it would be like an 8 and a 9? It feels like the other black dot way was actually worse, that was why I actually was like thinking like, oh, this was kind of distasteful. If it had been like the ideal Zeta puzzle would have been the other way. For my personal tastes. Yeah, okay, so that clue's done, that clue's done, that clue's done. Okay, so this clue now, we've got these add to 13, so I need these to add to 7, and that's fine either way. And that clue's done, and that clue's done. Okay, so now we are just basically pressing the mark button, I think, for assorted things. I'm trying to decide if I regret this. I might regret this. We'll just go with it. So that's a 4, that's a 4, that's an 8 and a 9. Let's see, no 4s there. No, in fact, I can just remark and it'll clean up some of that. let's see. Okay, I do still know that these are either 2, 5 or 1, 6, I should recall. Let's see. That whole box is done. This has become a naked 7 while I was not paying attention. But Vish was paying attention, which is almost as good when you're streaming if someone else is paying attention. Okay, so these are 2, 5. These are 4, 9, so that's a 7. Let's see. I can clean that up a little bit. That 2, 5 pair makes that a 6 and that a 1, which makes that a 5 and that a 2, which makes that a 7. It makes that a 6 and an 8, and a 5 and a 9 and a 6 and a 7 and a 4 and a 3. Okay, so that's a 5, 4, and 1. That's a 7. That is an 8 and a 3. Let's see, 9, 5, 4, 9, 2, 1, 4, 7, 6, 1, 5, 3, 2, 7, 6, 2, 6, and 8. Okay, at the beginning, I was like, oh, I really like this. I wonder why I did not post this. But then I see from the end. I did not like the end here. Like, usually I like it to be the case that when you have finished with the clues in the grid and you press the mark button, it does not look like someone threw up on the grid in that way. So I think, like, with a little bit of refinement, I think I probably could have made the end of that puzzle a little bit more satisfying. Like, I think the puzzle needed like 10 minutes more of steps, and it just sort of resolved all at once. Is probably why I did not ultimately end up posting this over on LMD at the time I made it. Yeah, it became Sudoku too soon. I will say I'm pretty happy with the aesthetic of the grid. Like these little things, that's pretty cute. But yeah, this resolving the way it did and forcing that whole thermo, I think, is what made it so that sort of then everything just exploded a little bit too early. But the use of the 369 virtual triple here with the X, that I thought was very nice. Okay. Since that was so fast, let's do one more old Zeta puzzle that was never published anywhere. Although you can see all of the old Zeta puzzles that were never published anywhere over on the ZetaMath catalog, or at least most of them. So this was my first puzzle I made for Secret Santa, which I realized I did not actually do last year, unfortunately. But the Santee requested a puzzle with as many variants as possible, and henceforth I provided a puzzle with as many variants as possible. So this is a whole bunch of a whole bunch of variants. Basically every variant that was supported in FPuzzles and MathRex is, I believe, what this is. So we've got that. Okay, so I think that one of these you're most likely to not know, although it's possible you won't know some others, is that this is a MathRax clue, which I have no recollection whatsoever of what it is. This means that if you divide either pair of diagonally opposite clues around this circle, you get 2. I see. Yes, this is a Zeta mass puzzle. Yeah, exactly. I seem to recall that at this time I had this puzzle almost done and I needed another clue type that I could fit into the puzzle and use to resolve it. And I had absolutely no idea what to use. And then I think Clover said MathRax, use MathRax. And then I did. Let's see. Okay, so I guess I should just go ahead and just mark these. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's see. I do know that the 9 in box 1 has to look down because I can't put it on a between line or a black dot. It is a double diagonal black dot. That's correct. Okay, so that means the 9 on this quadruple is in one of these two cells for whatever that is worth. I'm not sure that I think it's worth a lot yet. Oh, actually, it is worth a lot in this box, though. I know where the 9 is in this box, because the 9 in this box now has to go on the white dot, because it can't go on the tip of the thermo, and I'm not putting a 9 partway along the thermo. Okay, so that's not a 9. And so now I've got a 9 looking up into one of these two cells. I feel there are pretty good odds the 9 ends up here. But I'm a little terrified that the 1 is going to end up there, and then I'm going to feel very, very bad. 5 in box 3. Yeah, 5 in box 3, in fact, is actually just placed, Laura points out, because you can't put a 5 on an X, you can't put a 5 on a German Whisper, and in fact, putting a 5 on a 2 Mathrax clue also does not work. So in fact, actually, 5 is just placed in box 2, and we get a 5 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop 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 ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Let's see. I certainly know that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. And I might as well point out, I do know that these are only 3, 6, or 1, 2, 4, which is, I guess, a lot of things to pencil mark on a cell, but not an infinite number. The 1 in box 7, excellent point from MECD, can only go in one of these two cells. So therefore, these digits sum to a minimum of 5, and therefore this digit is at most 3. And this is at least a 6, and it's not a 9, right? That's why I said this couldn't be 4. If there's not a 3, or sorry, if there's not a 2 here, then these are at least 7, and I guess then that would have to be a 1. Now 1 in box 1, right? Okay, so this actually pachinkoed the other way. 1 in box 1 is now up over here because of the same thing with the between line. Over there. So now we've got a 1 in one of these cells as well. Okay. The 1 very much could go there. I do know one of these two is a 9. I'm only not marking it because of assorted reasons. Okay, I do know this cell, like if I do want a corner mark where 9 goes in this box, there aren't actually all that many options. Because I can't put it there because it would then rule it off of this this 1, 2, 9 via this thing that's a palindrome. My nomination for one of the absolute worst mechanics. But if I wanted to like really gratuitously pencil mark this palindrome, I would note that these two cells can't be 1, 2, or 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this actually has very few degrees of freedom because the biggest that this can be is 7, and the smallest it can be is 6. So if I actually just go through and good lift this, it actually looks like that. So that is probably worth doing. Let's see. The fact that there's 2 lows, at least one of which isn't on this gigantic Renbon, certainly forces a lot to be true about this gigantic Renbon. So I can't put a number on this gigantic Renbon. I can't put a 1 on it, for sure. I think I actually could get away with putting a 2 on this Renbon, as long as the 2 went there. And Sorry, as long as this was a 1-4, sorry. I see. Okay, so Ilm says, so we need a 4, 5, 6, and 7 on the Renbon. Because I definitely don't have a 1 on it. And so if I don't have 4, 5, 6, and 7, that's a problem. Well, these digits have to go, therefore, on the Renbon, and we know where they go, is the point, because those 3 digits need to now go here. So these digits are definitely from 4, 5, 6, 7, is Ilm's point. Let's see. Okay, so I need some low digits in this column. Oh, I do agree this cell isn't a 5, right? Because of where 5 definitely goes on the Renbon in here by Sudoku. I need some 1, 2, 3s in this column. I can only have 2 of them there. I'm going to have an awfully hard time putting a 1, 2, or a 3 here, but I guess I technically could. Let's see. So I'm going to need the last of 4, 5, 6, 7 here, I guess, is another point. Because all of 4, 5, 6, and 7 are on the Renbon. So the last one is here. So these can't be 4, 5, 6, or 7. These are only from 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. That one's certainly not a 9. And I actually know this one's not an 8 either, because of the fortress clue that's next to it. Oh, okay. Here's another way to think about this. I know there's a 1, 2, or 3 on this Renbon. Just by looking at the row, I can't hide all of 1, 2, and 3. Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. I could hide all of 1, 2, and 3 here, perhaps. Maybe, possibly. I'm not sure. That doesn't sound great, but maybe it's possible. Let's see, if this was 2, 3, it would make these 2, 3, but I don't know that that necessarily tells me anything immediately. I actually know, funnily enough, that 7 looks up. Okay, that's actually useful. 7 looks up from this box. So the 7 in box 1 is actually on the between line. Excuse me. And so that means I need an 8 or a 9 in one of the circles, which sounds kind of useful. Possibly. Not 100% sure, though. Yeah, it's worth saying that what Laura says. This needs to be at least 5, and it's at most 9 because there's a 9 looking down at it. I know there's several lows in this column, but annoyingly it's 3 lows presently. The 9 on the quad does look down, right? Because we know that one of these two is a 9. So that's definitely not a 9. Yeah, I guess I've got just enough room for 8 and 9 to sneak in here as well. Just another reason to hate daylight savings time, David, but welcome. Okay, here's a ridiculous thing. 9 in column 7, where is it? It's not anywhere along here. I've already argued it's not on this. Oh, sorry, it could be there and there. I don't think I know that that's not what happens. I was thinking that I'd actually push 9 into this column, but maybe not. Let's see, it's being suggested perhaps I could use this. So then I know that this cell is purple. Oh, yes, it can't be there, right. So in fact, the 9 is in one of these cells. I don't know what I'm going to do with that information, but the 9 in the column is in one of those cells. Let's see. Because I know what I use here is I know that this is a yellow-purple pair. Uh, uh, I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to use this. I feel like I'm missing something. That's a good point. The x definitely isn't 1, 9, because if the x was 1, 9, that would break the German whisper, because I'd need to have a 4 or a 6 on it, and I can't have both of them be there. And so that means I can actually corner mark the 9 in this box as living in one of these two cells, because I can't put the 9 on that either, as previously noted with the 5. So one of these two is a 9. And so now the 4 in the box assuredly is not going on the whisper at all. So the 4 in the box is in one of these cells. So it's either with the 6 or it is on the X. Sorry, it's either with the 6 on the X or it's there. Those are the two options. Let's see. Wait, it uses up all the evens in the column? Is that a problem? Let's see. Yeah, it is true. If this is 4, 6, then we use up all the evens between these. Is that a problem though? Let's see. Kale says this isn't 1, 4. If this is 1, 4, what goes wrong? Uh, uh, oh, I see. I see. Uh, I think. So if this is 1, 4, yeah, the point is to think about it breaks where 6 is in this box. Because there's also a 6 in the box. And just by whisper stuff, the 6 in the box is in one of these cells, and the 4 in the box is in one of these cells. And so the only way that we possibly get away with anything without making this I'm trying to say this in the most coherent way possible. Yeah, is that if this is 1, 4, I rule the 6 out of everywhere in this box because I place the 4 here. Interestingly enough. I'm just contemplating this and trying to see if I can find a cleaner way to say the same thing. Not sure I immediately see a nicer way to say this that I can think of. But I do see that this can't be 1, 4, which is going to make it 2, 3. Which is going to make this for sure 4, 6, which is probably not horribly surprising. Which now is making this an 8. And so now these are indeed a 1, 2, 3 triple, right? Because we now know there is no other place for these. So for 1, 2, and 3. So these are just a straight up hidden triple. And so now this digit is a 9. Because we need a 9 in this row, and now that's the only place it can go because it goes here in the column and here in the row. So the overlap is there. And so now that's an 8. And this is the other 4, 5, 6, 7. And it's not 4 or 6 because there's a 4, 6 looking down. So it's a 5 or a 7 only. Which does in particular mean where is 4 in row 9? 4 in row 9 is there, which gives me the 3, the 2, and the 1. So thankfully this is not a 1-9 Renbont, or sorry, not a 1-9 between line. I'm glad to know I had some taste. That's a 3 and a 2. 3 and 2. I know one of these two is a 6, I suppose. Yes, this is mine. This is one I made. This is the first one I made. In my history. Okay, so in fact, we know where the 1 is on this quadruple now, because the 1's not there, and it's not in the box with the 1, 2, 3, so the 1 is therefore there. And so the 1 in this box is here. Let's see. Okay, so now the 2 is for sure in one of these two cells. I don't know about the 9. I don't think I know anything about yet. I know the 9 is in one of those two cells, I guess. But that's what I've known the whole time. Oh, yeah, that is that 4, 6, 7. Right. Now we can place the 9 in this box. Ilm points out, because it doesn't go on the fortress, and we know it can't go here because, again, if it went here, it would rule it off of the quadruple, which it cannot do. So therefore, the 9 can only go there. So that is an 8, and that is a 9. And this is a 5 or a 7. That 5, 7. But that 5, 7, if you look at where it goes in this box, it goes on the palindrome. And that means it's not a 5. So it's a 7. So that is a 6 and a 5. So none of these are 7 because Renbon stuff. That's not a 7. I set this, Isaiah. That was a nice step. I liked that a lot. I clearly put a lot of effort into making the aesthetic of this grid have this structure to it. This is a 4, 6. Now where does the 8 go in this box has been noted. It doesn't go along the palindrome, so it goes along here, but it can only therefore go in that cell, which actually removes the possibility that this cell is a 3. It gives me a 1, 2 pair in this row. So if this cell is low, it can only possibly be a 3, which is a problem because 3 is not actually a possibility for this cell. Because it would need to be surrounded by an 8, 9, and it can't be. So this cell's now high. So this cell is the 9 in particular. So that gives me a 9 over here. And now these are 7, 8 because they're the other high digits. So that's a 7 and that is an 8. These are a 1, 2 pair. And apparently I know the order. And then this is a 1 or 3 only. Can do that, making that a 1. Now, we said we needed an 8 or a 9 in a circle, and we now know that's not there. So this is an 8 or a 9 in the circle of the thingy thing. Oh, this digit is known. It seems to be a 3, which makes that a 6 by the MathRax clue. Thank you. And so these are some sort of MathRaxy pair that is not themselves 3, 6. And so this one I think can only be a 4 or an 8. And this can only therefore be a 2, 4, or 8, I believe. And it's not an 8, so it's a 2 or a 4. Okay, so these are now from 2, 3, 4. Several people in chat have pointed out, and now definitely include a 2, owing to this total being small. And now what is the maximum this can be? So 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. This is a maximum of 4. So this can only be a 3 or a 4. If we look at it, which gives me a 2, 3, 4 quadruple in the column. So that means that these are an 8 and a something. I'll figure it out eventually. 5, 8 is what these are. To be left with. Let's see. Garion asked about 2 in column 7, which by the observation that you cannot put a 2 on this, has to go there. Which places that 2. And now there's got to be a 2 on the quadruple, which goes there, which makes that a 3. And the 2 goes with a 4, which makes that a 6 and a 4, which now makes that a 7, which makes that a 7, and makes that a 4. So funnily enough, we didn't get a repeated digit on the arrow, which makes that a 3. Which is a little bit annoying. Okay, that 5, 8 is who knows. Okay, so I should probably fill these in just by markitude. Okay, so this digit can't actually be a 5 because that one can't be. So these are double 7. So that is not a 7. That is not a 5. So these are a 4, 6, which is not that 4, 6, or that 4, 6. I see. So if I just mark all the cells in box 5 that cannot possibly be a 4 or a 6, it is... Well, let's just do 4. What cells can't be a 4 in this box? And the answer is the only ones that are left that can be 4 are these cells. However, those cells are all looked at by these two palindrome cells. So therefore, this is a 6. That is what I was trying to say. I fear chat may have found a way to do that wasn't that way, which would make me sad. But we'll pretend for my heart. Okay, so I'm being told the 5 is finally placed. Which 5? The one we've been talking about for a while. Oh no. Let's see. Okay, these are a 4-5 pair. So that is a 5 and that is a 4, which actually makes that a 4. We're almost done with clues, but not quite. But I bet I can paint some pencil marks around. Oh, you had the 5 in column 9. Good, good, good. Okay, so that's a 1, 3. Was not as useful as one would have hoped. About these up here. Okay, so that was much more useful. 2, 3, 8, 6, 5. 7, 8, 3. Okay, so that ends up being a 9, which is disappointing. But hey, it wasn't a 1, 9 between lines, so we'll accept it. 9, 3, 5, 1, 8, 5, 2, 1. And so then we can fill out the rest. Okay, that is a more appropriate amount to be left once you have used all the clues. 4, 6, and 8. There's a fiddly part in the middle that I'm sure involves me saying something slightly smarter about row 9 when I was setting this. There's some interaction here, but other than that, I was really happy with that. And I'm very, I think aesthetically, this is probably the most aesthetic grid I have ever made. So I am still happy with this. In fact, actually, I will admit when I started doing the Zeta does old Zeta puzzles, it was kind of because I wanted to do this puzzle again because I remembered setting it, but I hadn't really done it and no one else had done it other than the Santee. So I was curious how it would work out. But overall, not bad. I think there was some fiddliness with this X and V that maybe there was a different way I had in mind of handling it. I'm not sure. But anyway, I'll be right back and I'll do a puzzle not by me. Alrighty, welcome back. And we have a puzzle here which was recommended, in fact, by Long Time, which is something. One of our turbine benefits is that turbines can recommend puzzles, and we'll do them if they look reasonable. I think this is the first time that we've had a turbine recommending a puzzle by another turbine. So this is Planck Time recommending a puzzle by Nordy that they very much liked. So we've got some standard rules here. Killer cages. Note here it is important that digits cannot repeat within cages. Oh, maybe Planck Time recommended it because Planck Time couldn't do it rather than because Planck Time liked it. That is also possible. I maybe did not get the whole story. And so arrows are the sum of a bajillion digits. Killer cages, we've got our white dots, our black dots, and then we've got the sort of weird rule is that the diagonals all have the same sum. So it's like a somewhat bizarre region sum line. Okay, so I think we can prove that the sum of the diagonal sum is at most 49. Because it passes entirely through a 25 cage and a 24 cage. So there's that. That's maybe not the most useful. I do know that these outies sum to 7. So we've got that. Let's see. Trying to figure out. I feel like I'm probably supposed to do something with geometry. But I do not know exactly what with geometry as of yet. Certainly all of these circles are being able to be made in at least 2 different ways. So they're certainly all at least 5. There's no question about that. I wonder if I'm supposed to see something about why it can't possibly be 5, because if it were 5, these would all be from 1, 2, 3, 4 or something. I mean, I guess that would probably be bad when it comes to the 25 and the 24 cage. So, like, what's the smallest digit I can put in a 25 cage? The answer is 4, right? No, it's not. The answer is 1. That's annoying. Okay, so I don't have... Oh, I pencil marked a digit here by accident. I think it's not a 0, actually, in a twist. A very surprising twist. Okay, I do know that these are at most 6. If one of them was 6, that would be pretty spectacular, I suppose, because it would mean the other thing was quite large. I do know that if I add up these 4 arrows, so if I add up those numbers, I get the sum of the 4 yellow digits plus double the sum of the green digits, which I know is 7. So the sum of the 4 orange digits is definitely 14 plus the sum of 4 more digits. So it's at least 24, which is not especially compelling, especially given that I know I don't even know that there aren't repeats in them. Does it, Ron? But adding those together and using the fact that I know that I get a double 7 seems interesting. If this is 5, we have white dot problems. So In that instance, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And this would be a 1, 2, 3, 4 that needed to be next to a number that could not be 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Okay, so I agree. This can't be 5. 24 is Ron's pointing out we can do better than 24. Because I actually know that somewhere in these 6 cells there is a digit that is larger than that. So in fact, if you want to look at it, the minimum of double green plus yellow is actually 28 plus, no, sorry, 21 plus 7. It's 28 because the sum of these 6 cells is at most, or sorry, is at least 21 plus the green to make it 28. So the orange cells all sum to at least 28, which I don't know what to do with, I'm going to be honest, but let's see. This being 5 also causes white dot problems for the same Screaming Ice Cube reason, right? If I make these 5, then I make these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now I have a white dot problem. Watch them all be 7. That would be spectacular. So 28 is the minimum. And yeah, that is just 4 times 7. So for numbers that I already know are biggish, that's not so impressive. Garian says we can easily prove that none of them are 7. Oh, right. Because the green sum to 7. Right. Right. That is very nice. Yeah, because the green sum to 7. So none of these are 7. That's very cute. Okay. So actually the total is going to be quite large unless we get a 5 or a 6 in there, which would be very interesting. And I do agree that 5 is sort of very touch and go for one of these. But I don't see it sort of being completely ruled out. Those that share a green are different from each other. That's true. These are not the same, Emma points out. Because of the fact that if they were the same, naively, the answer is 30. I suspect you can't get quite that high, Ron, but I don't. Oh, I guess I can bound it lower than 30 because they're all on arrows, and so none of them are 9. But I feel like I could get quite high. Like I don't see a reason I can't put an 8 on an arrow, for instance. Uh, I'm trying to decide what I can possibly make out of this diagonal cutting through all of the arrow cells, which has happened a couple times. I suppose it's also got to be relevant that that pair of cages sums to 49 and this pair of cages sums to 49. I wonder if I'm supposed to think about the repeated digits between these, because certainly there's a repeated digit in here between amongst the maybe choosing yellow and green was like the worst two possible things I could pick. Let's see, this is red and this will be purple. There we go. But the fact that the red cages and the purple cages have the same sum, I'd like this idea a lot better if this red also went through this, so that we could subtract off whatever this number on the diagonal is. It just feels impossible to me that the break in here doesn't involve the diagonals, just from a raw setting point of view, even though the criteria is very unappealing for trying to get a deduction, but because it's sort of like Little Killer-esque, but I didn't mean unappealing as an idea. I just meant very unappealing in the sense that, like, if it wasn't for the fact that you set this puzzle and wrote this rule, that I would not love to use the idea that 4 diagonals had the same sum. But I'm sort of like, by setter logic, I'm motivated to think about it, because I doubt that you introduced this as a way to disambiguate the puzzle at the end. Although, if you did just introduce this as a way to disambiguate a deadly pattern at the end, I will have thoughts to share at the end about that setting choice, but I suspect that's not what happened. Let's see. Although, boy, now I feel like the desire to come out with like the most pathological possible like way to disambiguate a deadly pattern at the end. Although I am never going to beat the disambiguation of the deadly pattern at the end of MIA. Let's see. I mean, I suspect whether I love the puzzle or not, I'm going to be impressed by it, because whatever is happening here has got to be magical, because of how much of this stuff has got to somehow conspire together. So I guess the next question is, am I supposed to think about the dots? Uh, uh, I will say, like, my own personal setting thing, I've been thinking about setting like a group of linked octaquadri in some way or another. Maybe like I've always talked about making a sequel to Elements of Sudoku, which is definitely in my top 5 favorite puzzles I've ever made, and maybe I can make a sequel with octaquadri. Uh, we shall see. Okay, let's see. Mekti says if you sum row 3 and row 4, all the clues sum to a number that's 0 mod 3. So yeah, so we could just basically, if we want, we can just pluck out that and pluck out that, and pluck out that and pluck out that, and so these numbers have a sum that is 0 mod 3. I agree. Because black dots also sum to something that's 0 mod 3. Okay, so these two cells sum to something that's 0 mod 3. I'm going to go ahead and mark that with a blue line. Now in this column, Mekti is suggesting doing a similar thing, where those sum to something 0 mod 3, these sum to something 0 mod 3. And so those, of course, we already knew sum to something 0 mod 3. And so now this 23 cage is 2 mod 3. So that means these sum to something that's 1 mod 3. And so that means that they are a 1 mod 3 digit and a 0 mod 3 digit. So I think that means these can only be 3, 3, 4, or 6, 7. If I understand how this works. And you can't put 7 on a black dot, so this can't be a 6. Garion says, I definitely did not do this. It is definitely in the realm of I see it and I'm like, this is totally fair and interesting. And I feel like I'm completely 50-50 on whether Nordy ever thought about mod 3 logic or not, because it's incredibly natural to think about mod 3 logic for this structure. And we can certainly repeat it over here and maybe get a similar thing. But I feel like there's a chance that this is exactly what's intended, and a chance that Nordy never once thought about this. And I don't honestly know which I think is the case or which I hope is the case. But I really like the idea of doing this with sort of mod 3 stuff. So let's see if we... I guess I can't quite do the same thing. It really only worked with this pair of rows, right? Because this pair of rows had this whole string of stuff that you know is all 0 mod is all 0 mod 3. And so like it just so happened that in this row it all worked out so that this was useful. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah, we can figure out what this is mod 3 and then try and play that off against the other thing. Yeah, I guess, yeah, because we can figure out what this white dot is mod 3 as well. Yeah, so yeah, so here, if you look at it, that's 0 mod 3. We're still 0 mod 3. And this is 2 mod 3. So therefore these are 1 mod 3 is the answer. And so if I look up the column now, that means that this white dot is 2 mod 3, which means that it's a 1 mod 3 thing followed by a 2 mod 3 thing. So it's either... sorry, wait, what did I say this was? I think I said, I think I did something wrong at the last second, because I think this is, did I say this is 1 mod 3? Wait, the other white dot was 1 mod 3, right? Are somehow both white dots 1 mod 3, even though weird things happened? That doesn't sound possible, right? They are both 1 mod 3. Why? How can that possibly be the case? It feels like we must have screwed up somewhere then, right? Because this... because the cages they're looking at are not the same. Oh, it's because the offset of the cages is... Okay, I see it now, because there's actually 2 cages involved in the computation, and the 2 cages differ by the same offset, as Vish says. I was like, okay, I don't think there's enough factors for them to be the same, but there are enough factors for them to be the same. So these are also either 3, 4, or 6, 7. And again, that one's not 7, so that one's not 6. Thus the title offset. I see. Which it all makes sense. Let's see. So if this is 6, 7, is there something that should immediately jump out to me as being absurd about this being 6, 7? Because I'm noticing they're only 6, 7 the one way. Otherwise, they're always 3, 4, which is pretty interesting. Clearly, this is System of Fell. I mean, it's not completely absurd, although I feel like if this were a System of Fell puzzle, Nordy would not have prefaced it by saying, "I don't know if Zeta is going to like this introduction or not." I feel like Nordy would have known whether Zeta was going to like the introduction or not if it was just like a System of Fell thing. Uh, but I do think it's probably a geometry thing that I think that Jay Dyer would say is basically set, and I would say is basically not set. But that's my current hypothesis. But I am really digging the idea that this is like a mod 3 or is there some possible nonsense way we could make this a mod 5 thing by batching all the arrows together? Like that seems unlikely to work to me, like to sum absolutely everything, basically. I'm going to try it out of lack of other things to do, because I sort of like the idea uh, of actually summing uh, all of this stuff, because I noticed that if we actually sum all of this stuff, okay, I'm going to just do it this way. And then I'm going to remove the overlap and replace the overlap, because this overlap is double counted if we add all of these rows and all of these columns. Oh, somehow these got added by accident. And so now if I think mod 5, I can remove all of this nonsense. Oh, but now I'm like removing this twice, which is gonna be a giant pain. You know what really bums me out about this is that I see that it covers all but 2 cells of the red line, which makes me really skeptical that I'm supposed to do this. But also the fact that it perfectly hits the cages means that I know like that this is 49 plus 49. So that's pretty exciting. But the fact that the thing gets double counted is just horrible, or is very good, actually, possibly. Because if I peel off everything that I know is a multiple of 5, is that going to make my life better? Is the question. I'm going to have to be very careful here as I do this. Yeah, we did double count the double used cell. Okay, in order to try to do this, I am going to, in fact, I'm going to paint these all yellow, and then I'm going to highlight a thing that I know is a multiple of 5 and just throw it away. And then I'll highlight this thing that is a multiple of 5 and throw it away. And now this green is just gone when I do that, because I've now removed it twice. And I can do the same thing over here, where now I have removed this twice. I only have I only have one of this left. I only have one of this left. And these are still double counted. And that seems bad. This seems to have not led to the thing that I was quite hoping for. But okay, let's see. Mekti is suggesting that we could actually just do this for one pair of arrows at once. And that actually sounds like it might be more useful. So, namely, take the fact that that sum is equal to this sum and hope. So what can I do with this? So I'm going to end up with 5 times this. I'm going to end up with 6 times, actually. It's 6 times. This is the easy way to think about it. This is 6 times this. And this is 6 times this. So I actually have like a crazy mod 6 thing happening here, if you want. So I'm going to take out 6 times these two circles. Yeah, 6 because it's double counted. So this is a multiple of 6. If I get rid of that, it's still a multiple of 6 over here. And so the problem is I now know that this thing is, well, I know that I've only taken out multiples of 6, but I don't know what this sum is because it's not like I knew anything about the previous bit. Because I don't know what this sum, if I sum all of these cells, I don't know if I sum all of these cells what it is, mod 6. I just know that it's the same as that is the problem. Let's see. Okay, so Vish is suggesting think about this mod 2 instead, and so say blue and yellow are... Okay, maybe we could just do this the blue equals yellow, so I'm just going to cancel these out way, and then say, okay, well, these certainly cancel out with these because they're the same, and these certainly cancel out with these because they're the same, and that's the intended thing that you're supposed to do. Because now I know that this multiple of 3 is equal to this number, and that's got to be useful. Because this now actually looks like this might have been plausibly intended. Yeah, so it's funny because we got exactly the same conclusion before, or nearly so, because of the fact that we know that now this white dot sums to 1 more than the sum of this black dot. Yeah, the white dot pair is 1 more than the black dot pair. So what do I do with that exactly? I see. So this definitely has an even sum, I guess is the point. Because if this did not have an even sum, then we could not make 1 more than it on a white dot. So yeah, so it's 2, 4, or 4, 8, which means that this digit we now know is a 4 by our thing. And so we can bring back Zach for the 4 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Was this the intended first digit, Nordy? So it seems like this is a 3. By virtue of that. And now these sorry, oh, sorry, this is 2 or 8, and I don't know which one. And so if these are 2, 4, then these are 3, 4. And if these are 4, 8, then these are 6, 7. Okay, so we seem to have kind of reproduced the same thing we did before. I think you might have built a different puzzle out of the same clues. It's eminently possible that we might have done that. So we can do exactly the same thing, but the other way. Oops, I deleted the wrong thing. Let's not delete that part. So yeah, so now we want to repeat that where we end up with these instead. So we'll make those yellow and these blue. Cancel those. Cancel these with these. Cancel these with these. And so now I know even better, because now I know that this sums to 32. And so therefore I know that these sum to 32, which means that these sum to 6. So they have to be 2 and 4. Oops. Which rules 6 out of this cell. Funnily enough. And seems to make that a 3, which, if I remember what we knew before, was that this was one more than this, so that's a 2. Okay, and so this isn't 6 either. And so now I think we've done all that stuff. Oh yeah, you can't put 6 in that circle either. Can't put 6 in that circle either, right? Oh yeah, we should probably clean this up a little bit, because neither of these can be 2 or 3. And if neither of these can be 2 or 3, neither of them can be 4 or 5 either. So these are legitimately a 1-6 pair. Is interesting. Okay, I admit I'm very surprised that we did all of this without using the diagonals at all. Oh yeah, it's probably worth noting that these are a 5-6 pair, Screaming Ice Cube notes, because the sum is 8 or 9, and so we know that that goes there. We know that this is 2 or 4, I suppose I might as well mark, and this is 2 or 4. Right, so these are different numbers. Right, so we can go ahead and we can catch up this, because if they were the same number, these would be the same number, and they're not. So at least one of these is 8 or 9, and I know that this one is not that 8, 9 because of the previous things noted. Let's see, Empress is 5 in circles in either circle? Oh, yeah. Right. There's 3, 4 in the row. Does definitely break the 5 in the circle. And so, yeah, if I try and make 5 as a sum in this row, that's not going to work. And if I try and make 5 as a sum in this row, that's not going to work. So these are 8, 9, and we know which 8, 9, because these two digits are different. And so therefore, this is the circly 8, 9. This is the xy 8, 9. And therefore, these are a 6, 7 pair. And we know that is it interesting that there is a 2 or a 4 in a 23 cage? I don't think so. Row 4, column 5. Oh, haha, very nice. Mekti points out these we actually know uh, sum to 10 because we know these sum to 17. It's two different flavors of 8, 9. And so, therefore, if those sum to 17 and those sum to 7, that means these sum to 10. And they can't be 2, 8. They can't be 1, 9. They can't be 4, 6. So they can only be 3, 7. And so it's a 3 and a 6 and a 7 and a 1 to make this work. Right. These also sum to 10. Same geometry, but the other way, Emma points out. And so they can only be 2, 8. Which means that my diagonal here is, well, there's a 9 on it, no surprise. 3, a 4, and a 5, I think. So there's like a virtual 8 in these two cells, and there's a virtual 8 in these two cells because, I don't know, count 8s or something. Oh, I see. There's some pressure that I know I need a 1, 2, 3, 4 on this arrow, and it's not a 3, and it's not that 2, 4. I cannot put 1 in any of these cells, Matt Laffey is pointing out, because the most I could make the others sum to is 7, 8, 9. So therefore there's a 1 over here somewhere. If the 1 is on here, it goes with a 7 or an... Well, it doesn't ever go with an 8. Oh, no, it could go with a 7 or 8, sorry. Okay, so what low digit goes on this arrow? It's got to be a 3, right? Because now this arrow sees 1, 2, and 4. So this has got to be a 3, 5 or a 3, 6. uh, I'm not quite sure I follow what people are saying about ones. I do agree I can't put a 1 in this cage, but I don't quite see what I'm doing with that. Let's see. Klappa. By the way, welcome, Klappa. Klappa says this can't be 5. I agree. There's a 5, 6 pair looking at it in the column. So 1 only has 1 spot in column 7, right? So the 1 is there, which is kind of disappointing because I'd rather the 1 have been on the arrow, but I agree. Thank you for the piece of advice. So the other 8, 9, I guess, is in here for sure. We know this cell's not an 8 or 9. So XC89 just isn't in this cage at all. So I can rule out all the options that feature both 8 and 9. So there's definitely a 7 in this cage. Oh, there just can't be a 2 at all, right? Because there's an 8, 9 that's not in the cage. And the only way that I can make a 2 work is with an 8 and a 9. So this is a 4 then, right? That's just what we know. And it's either with a 7. Well, it's always with a 7. But it's either with a 5 or a 6. So I guess these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not an 8 or a 9 because this one sees an 8, 9 pair, I guess. This arrow has a 2 on it. We know because it needs a low digit and it can't have 1, 3, or 4. So this is either a 2 with 7 or a 2 with 6. Are the options. Did we really add this as a disambiguating constraint? How on earth did this happen? Like, this puzzle's almost done, and we haven't yet once said anything about the red lines, right? But, like, we're about to be able to press mark, I think. I'm very confused by what happened here. Let's see. Maybe I'm overly optimistic about how quickly we'll be able to press mark from here, but it feels to me like that is true. Okay, this cannot have both 8 and 9 either, but that's probably less restrictive in this case because this cage is summing to something else. It's probably quite restrictive here. So I'm going to end up with a 7 in here somewhere, along with, actually, I guess I get a 6 and a 7 in here if you want. So one of these is a 6 or a 7, I guess, is a thing that I could say if I liked words. This also can't have both 8, 9s in it. But that still leaves a lot of... So this is the one, of course, that's under the most pressure because it's the biggest one. It's got a 6 and a 7 in it. Oh, I think I have a horrible proof that this is a 5. Because if this is a 6, then there's a 7 over here, and then my 6, 7 go in this row, but that makes this a 1, 3, 8 arrow. So this is not a 6. So it's not going to disambiguate the circles because that's a 5 by the argument I just gave with this row, right? We believe this argument, right? This can't possibly be a 6, or I would need to do that. And so that makes that an 8 and an 8, which makes that a 2 and a 6. Makes that a 1 and an 8 and a 9 and a 9 and a 6. I must have said perhaps I could have done it better by doing something with 6s. That is very possible. Let's see. Okay, so that is not a 6 anymore. These aren't 8. Okay, so this is now an 8-less one of these. So these are meant to be 5, 7, and 9. So there's no 6s in here. There's a much cleaner way, but that works too. I'm never quite sure what to consider clean or not, because if you have access to the killer calculator, which I do, I think what I just did is very clean. If I did what I just did without a killer calculator, I would be tearing my hair out. But since this puzzle is as such that you have access to the killer calculator, I won't complain. So, like, this is a, like, instance where, like, build your own killer stuff where you don't have the killer calculator. I think you're much less able to use that kind of stuff. But here, it's all's fair in love and Sudoku or something. This has got to be a 1-7, right? Assuredly, this is the 9, because I've got to put a 9 in the column somewhere. 4, 5, and that is a 5 because of that. So that is a 7, 9. Which makes that a 6. Oh, and a surprising twist, it turns out this 8 arrow is 3-5 and not 3-6. If I think about it hard enough, I might be able to come up with a similar deduction to decide whether this 8 arrow is 2-6 or 2-7. Oh, there was a nicer way that involved the fact that there had to be one in the 26 cage, or there had to be a 9 in the 26 cage. Oh, was it like basically saying it couldn't be 5, 6, 7, 8? Was that the punchline? Uh, okay, we will allow that 7, and so no 2, no 3. Okay, so now this is a 3-5, so that is a 7. Oh, I see another way that I could have solved that being 7. But we'll go with it. So I guess we know what the 26 cage is, morally speaking, because these aren't 2-6, and these aren't 3-5. Okay, this seems to be 2-7 only if I exhaust the ways I know to make 9 and 2. So that seems to be a 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, my next guess was that this was like some sort of April Fool's puzzle or something. As a guess as to what happened with the weird disambiguating bits. Let's see. There's definitely a 4 over here just by Sudoku, I see. Oh, I should probably fill in what these are. Oh, these are 5-8. Thank you, Magic Killer Calculator. So there is no 2-7 or 4-5 or 1-8. So this is also 2-7. Oh, no, sorry, not also 2-7. This is 1. No. This is 3-6. 3-6 is the one I hadn't thought of. Let's see. Oh, there's an octuple in the column now. So now this is a 1. So this is now a 2-7. This is now, right, this is now a 1-8 again. So I guess we can fill in these digits, hopefully. These are 4-7. These are 5-8. Hopefully those add to the thing they're supposed to. Let's see. Okay, so I'm probably meant to fill these in because one of them is on the diagonal. So these are 3-5 and these are 1-9. Okay, so so I do know, as is pointed out by Todd, that this total is definitely odd, because in this case I have 3 odds and an even. And so that actually tells me what this diagonal is, at least a little bit, because those are all even. That's odd. And so this needs to be a 2 just by parity. I'm glad that was noticed. Let's see. Can I do a similar thing on any of the others? Let's see. Those are odd. So I need one of these to be even and one of these to be odd. But I don't think I know which is which. Marking isn't unreasonable. I figured marking was probably going to be a little bit horrendous if I did it without sort of really simplifying. And I was hoping to get away without really simplifying. Let's see. So this basically gives me a pretty tight bound on what this is, because the minimum is that the total is 17, and the maximum is that the total is 21. It was because this was the only digit that I didn't know the parity of. And so I knew this digit had to be even. That was how I did it. Yeah. So, the minimum of this one I'm told is 21. Let's see. That would be 7, 5 is 12, and 4. Well, that is 12. So yeah, so the total has to be 21, and that gives me that 2, 7, 3, 5, and so I need to get to 21, which means this needs to be 6, 5. So that is 3, 4. And so let's see. These need to sum to 21, so these need to sum to 16. If that's not a 7, they're never going to. Those are 12, so I need these to sum to 9, so that probably means they need to be 6 and 3, I think is the only way that works. Okay, so we can fill in 1, 2, 8, 1. 9, 1, 8, 7, 4, 9. 1, 2, 6, 3. 8, 1, 9, 8, 4, 5. 7, 2, 9, 7. Oh, right. I was like, still got a deadly pattern somehow, but no. It's because I haven't actually resolved that this is 15 plus 6 is 21. 3 and 6. Well, we all have to be trolls every now and then. I'm certainly in no place to throw stones about that. But I do think, like, if I were to say, like, I do think I would have spent a lot of time trying to chase these. If these had not been here, I think it would have been a lot more natural to look at the intended break-in. Although I'm also, like, really... I think the whole idea of thinking about this in terms of, like, mod 3 and mod 5 stuff is all very interesting and cute, and especially the way the black dot sort of made it feel super nice. There's a lot of neat stuff going on here. Even though I would hope this is an occasional, like, Rumspringa and not a, like, new style of puzzle that I see all the time. But I don't at all I don't at all resent having spent my 54 minutes on this puzzle. So that is a good result at the end of it. Yeah, very. Like, I really feel like the fact that these diagonals are equal tells you basically nothing, right? Like, there's got to be, like, no way that possibly says anything remotely interesting, I feel like. But somehow someone will come up with these little killers are equal puzzle that maybe does something. But, oh boy. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment with another puzzle. Welcome back, everyone. We've got a 99% sneaky puzzle up next. So this is a little bit of a hybrid, it looks like. So I think we've got all standardish rules here. This Renbon is certainly long enough it needs a 5. Let's see. The rules are summarized here. I usually don't go over them when there's quite this many of them. Oh, well, I know that this digit's a 1 or a 9 because it whispers 4 digits. In total. How long is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, it's 8 long. So this digit almost assuredly needs to show up in purple, which means it needs to show up there, unless it doesn't, in which case then it doesn't. Okay, this is a 2, 4, 6, or 8. Ah, that's very clever. Okay, so Ambrose points out 9 in column 9. Actually, we know doesn't go here. And actually, regardless of whether 9 is yellow or purple, we know that 9 is over here. So that means that the 9 in these two boxes are both in column 7 and 8. So what we usually call a Zackwing around here says that there's a 9, in fact, exactly here. And speaking of Zackwings, we will bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Boop-boop-a-doop. Woo! Boop-boop-a-boop. Wah! Boop-boop-a-boop. Wee! Screaming Ice Cube has the next digit, which is that this digit sees a length 8 Renbon and is not a 9, so therefore it is a 1. And so this Renbon is everything except 1, in fact. And so that means this digit is on the Renbon. So I don't know what it is, but I know whatever it is, it has to go here. I don't know if that's really exciting or not, but I'm going to mark it anyway. And we can do a similar thing with 1 in row 1. It's definitely over here. And 1 in column 9, it's definitely over here. And so Garion points out that actually that digit just is a 1 because we can do basically the same trick, which is very cute. Hey, Sneaky, how are you doing? So these are a 2-3 pair. So if this is low, that's a 4. Quite sneaky. Very good, very good. These are either both low or both high, I guess, is interesting. So because of the 5 in the box, these are either both purple or both yellow. I don't quite know what to do with that yet, but that is interesting to me. It feels potentially relevant. Okay, there is a 9 on this Renbon. I don't know where yet. Let's see, what else am I meant to do with my life? That is true. That is true. So What's wrong with 9 being here? I see that would make that 8, but I don't see why that would break. Oh, right. The thing we know about green is that green goes down here, and so green is some monstrosity that is in between 2 and 7, and so this can't be 9. That can't be 9. None of these are 9, and so therefore that cell is not 9, because one of these has to be, or that. And so therefore there is a 9 over here, which means that 9 in row 1 is up here, which means this isn't a 4. So therefore, yellow is high, because again, if this was a 4, that would have to be a 9, and we just said it's not. So these digits are high. In particular, that one is a 9, I suppose I should say. So yellow is high. And purple is low. Okay, this one's certainly not a 4, because it would put way too many 9s in the top row. Yeah, that spot with the greens in this thermo was very slick to Vish there. Okay, this cell I know is high. That cell I know is high. These cells I know are low. Okay, so this cell already can't be high, because if this cell were high, then that would be 5 highs in the row. So this is already at most 5. And so these are both blue for sure. I don't know how useful that is to mark, but I'm going to mark it anyway. Yes. Garion asks where 2 is in column 9. And the point is I can't put 2 this far along a thermo. This box, I know these aren't. I can orange-green these if I wanted to make it more clear. And ergo, the 2 is in this box, but therefore it has to go there. And that's a 2, and that's a 3. So that's not a 2, that's not a 3, that's not a 2. I guess I should probably remove my green coloring over here, since greens are now properly 5s. One of these 2 is... now where does 3 go in this box? This is a 3, right? Because 3 is in one of these 2 cells, and by Sudoku, if you look at it, 3 now in this box now has to go in one of these 2 cells, and it's not that one. So actually, this goes 3, 2, 1, with a surprise combination of blue. So these aren't 2. These aren't 1 or 4. Okay. Could these be 4, 5? I don't see any reason immediately why they couldn't. Oh, this is not 1 because there's a 1 quadruple in the box. That is easier. So this is a 7 and that's a 9. Sorry. So this is an 8 and that's a 9. I meant to say isn't a 7, and then I said is a 7, which is not quite the same. So that is orange. Sorry, that's green. These are both orange now. So these are a 6, 7 pair, which means these are both blue, which makes them a 2, 4 pair just by finishing up the row. Oh, I can put on row column numbers again. So this is an 8 because it's next to a 3. And it's now actually a naked 6. Nicholas has a clever way to disambiguate the 6-7 pair, which is to look at the clue that it is immediately on. So I will take Nicholas up on that offer. Let's see. These are a 1, and then we've got a 7 and a 5. Well, that one's not a 5, so this is a 1 or a 7. So if this is a 7, then this is a 1 or a 2, and if this is a 1, then this is an 8 or a 9. I don't know if that's really worth sort of thinking about. I do keep thinking about the fact that I know these two are the same color, so they're both orange or they're both blue, and if they were both blue, it would tell me how this works, so I feel like they're probably both blue, but I haven't yet figured out how on earth I am ever going to know. Uh, uh, but I keep noting it. Okay, I guess technically it's worth noting this bulb is not 1, 2, or 3, uh, or 5 or 6. So I think this bulb is actually only 4, right? Uh, if it's not 4, then it's... Oh, it could be 7. So this is 4 or 7 are the only options, I think, for this. Let's see. Yeah, so this is at least 6, but it could be 7 or 8, and this is always 7, 8, 9. So these are always orange regardless. Now, keep in mind the 7, if there is a 7 over here, the 7 on this Renbon needs to go over here somewhere. One of these two is 6. Oh, right. Garion has the point, which is that these I know aren't 7 because we have our Zach Wing on 7s. So actually the 7 in this box is over here. So in fact, the 7 on this Renbon is in this box. Not there, apparently. And so therefore this is a 4. And these aren't 7. Very nice, very nice. Very slick setting. Okay, so these numbers can't be very large because they can't be 7, 8, or 9. So these are only from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And they don't have 3 on them either. So they're either 1, 2, or they're not. Let's see. These are certainly from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't really want to pencil mark that. I need to make sure this number stays between 3 and 9, I suppose. Right. Remember, this digit goes up here. I removed this just so that I could make 5s green, but we remember this goes up here, so it also goes down here. So this is only a 1, 2, or 3, and it's not a 1, we already know. So that's a 2, 3. It goes up there somewhere. So that's not a 7, which means that is a 7. And this is... The other 2, 3 is the only option for this to be, because 1 and 4 are gone. This is a 5 just by Sudoku, Laura points out. Okay, and this is the other 6, 8, 9. Well, I guess it's not... it's the other 6, 8, because now that's the 9 just by Sudoku. Thank you, Laura. How do you know that, Nicholas? Uh, what's wrong with 1, 2? That would just make this 4, 3, but that can be 4, 3, right? As best I can see. This 2, 3 goes here. If I look at it. So this 2, 3, if I look at it, it's down there. It needs to go in this row. It can't repeat on the run button. It goes there, and therefore it is a 2 because that cell C is a 3. For 2. So these seem not to be 2 or 4 anymore, which seems to make these now uniquely a 5, 6 pair, which means this digit is certainly high because it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I do know one of these two is a 3, but I don't know. This whole row sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. So these are all high. In particular, the 7 in the row is there. I guess I have known for some amount of time that I will not dwell on because it will make me sad. These are a 6, an 8, and a 9. Oh, in fact, that's the one that is the 9, it would seem. So we do finally at least know the 9 on this Renbon is actually in this box. We know the 3. Sorry, we know the 3 is over here. Yeah. These are just a 1, 9 pair, points out Laura. And so the 9 in this column is here. And the 1 in the column is there. And that places the 9 on the Renbon. Hey, Ictuas, how are you doing? Bye, David. Hope you're doing, or hope you have a good day. I will see you Sunday. I still don't think I know much about that. Okay, so this digit, if it is high, it is an 8 exactly, is the thing I see. Okay, this digit sees a lot of things, has been pointed out. I think it's a naked 8, because it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. So yes, this is a naked 8, as spotted by Screaming Ice Cube. And so now the 8 joins this cell over on the Renbon, because the Renbon needs an 8, which sorts out the 6 and the 8 over here, and also tells me what this pair of digits are. We've got the 1, sorry, we don't have a 1, but then we've got the 2, the 3, we still need a 4, we've got a 5, we still need a 6, and then we've got the 7 and the 8 and the 9. So these are a 4, 6 pair, and this is a naked something, which is a 2, which is blue, da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. I guess that was also available in other ways, but what are you going to do? Okay, so one option for this is that it is 7, 8. The other option is that it is from 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And it can't be 2, 3. So this just can't have 3 on it. So this is either 1, 2, and that can't be a 2, so that can't be a 1. Or it's 7, 8, and that can't be a 7, so that can't be an 8. So we've got a very weird pencil mark here on what this can actually be in this world. And we know one of these two is 8. For what it is worth. I guess this pair I know, right? This is a 4, 5 pair. So that means these are high now. All of these digits are high. There are 6, 7, 8. There's definitely a 7 on this, so that's not 7. So there's definitely a 7 looking up from here. Oh, where is the 4 in column 9? Asks Mekti. That is a great question. It's there. This sees a 1-4 pair. That is a great point. So we can 5, 5, 4, and ungreen this cell, giving it its 6, 7, 8 etude, its true color, if you will. Let's see. These are a pair as well. I never filled in. These are a 4, 5 pair as well. Let's see. Five in here. Yeah, I like the green for 5s. I originally did it because Casey requested it after some unpleasant things were said about 5 on the stream that I won't repeat. But I've actually grown to quite like the green for 5s as a way of doing it. 5 given box 3. I feel like I'm missing a thing with 5s. Oh, the thing I'm missing with 5s is that there's a 5 looking over from box 2. Because it probably does not go on the Whisper. That is the thing I was missing. Oh, this digit's not a 7 because it's that 6, 8. I guess I'd previously noted there was a 7 over here by corner mark, so that would also have worked for me. Guess I can like pencil mark these and hope that something exciting happens. I know this one isn't a 7. I don't know what digit. It's not a 5. It's not a 7. This one's not a 5. It could maybe be a 7. It's not a 4 for sure. It's not a 3, actually. This digit's only a 1 or an 8. This is never a 4. It's actually never a 7 either, because if it's a 7, that can't be a 1. So this isn't the 7, actually. Oh, this has created a 1-8 pair in the row. That's incredibly bizarre. I don't really know what this Whisper is doing here, but this is a 1-8 pair, so that's a 4 and a 1. This is maybe the, like, I need one more clue to make this unique Whisper. I have had some of those. Unfortunately, I have thought about the Whisper a lot, and then and it has never been useful, and now it has created a random 1-8 pair. The other 5, 6 in this row, I agree, is over here. It's a 5 or a 6. Right, this can't be a 1 because that would create a 7, 8 along this. We know one of these two is 1, funnily enough. Because there needs to be a low in here, and that low is definitely a 1. So that gives me an alternate proof that this cell is never a 1. And now we know where 7 is in row 4 through great works. We have figured out that that is the 7. So this is an orange dot. So that is a 7 and an 8, which makes that blue and these orange. which seems to make that an 8, a 1, and a 7, and a 6. Seems, to make that a 5, a 6, and a 5. This is low, and that's high. This is low. I think I probably missed something around here. This didn't feel in the nature of the rest of the puzzle, whatever happened here. 3 and 8. I'm paying the price for having white splashed this earlier for the green, and now it is coming back to haunt me. That is green and blue. That is blue and green. Let's see. This is not green anymore. In fact, that is just a naked 7 and an 8 and a 6 and a 7 and an 8. These are all blue because the row needs more blue. And this is also blue because the row needs more blue. These are also blue. And that is orange. Oh, it's just because the window got cracked in that spot. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, this has been a very nice puzzle. Let's see. Okay, so this is a 2 and a 3 and a 2. This is a 4 and a 3. These are a 1, a 2, and a 3. Oh, this seems to, of those, only be 1. That is a 7. Okay, these are all orange. And now that is blue, and that is orange. And so that is the 9. That's the 3. That's the 9. That is the 7 and the 6. Very nice puzzle. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. This is a style of puzzle I never grow tired of, and that is a very nice. I particularly enjoyed the extremely strange looking Renbon, who looks like he's giving directions to someone on the street. But maybe he's giving directions to the thermo on how to get to box 9. It looks like what might be happening here. But very cool puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment with further Sudokuage. Alrighty, welcome back. I suppose it was not a Sudoku that I found after all. It was a puzzle by the Bookworm. So this is a station number puzzle. We need to draw a loop that goes through the cells, and it needs to go through the numbered cells. It's to go through the center, of every cell, and the loop has to pass through the stations in order. So it needs to go to 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, and so on. And the loop can never turn on a number. And we need to place exactly 2 intersections in every row and column. And the intersections cannot be orthogonally or diagonally adjacent, so Starbattle style. The loop must cross itself and continue straight at an intersection. The loop cannot cross or touch itself anywhere other than the placed intersections. Intersections cannot be placed on numbers. Okay, so I guess we have, we can mark not a bomb on these, I suppose, is how I will try to mark that. I suppose we definitely, since it's a loop, we definitely go through these cells like this, and we visit every cell. I cannot believe that this has a solution, by the way. We visit every cell, so we have to go through these corners. I suppose I should also mark, you can't put an intersection anywhere in these, of course. I tried to. But we don't need to put an intersection there. I do agree we go straight through the 3. That does mean that these aren't intersections either, because you can't go straight into something that would create a fork, which is not a valid arrangement. So we cannot do that. This can't be an intersection either, because if this was an intersection, then I would connect the 4 to the 6, which I'm not allowed to do. So I see that I'm not allowed to do that. Okay. I guess I don't know. I was trying to keep track of, am I going clockwise or counterclockwise, and I don't think I know yet whether I'm going clockwise or counterclockwise, and I'm not 100% sure that that's a well-defined thing, but I think it is. So I think if I know if I go from the 3 to the 4 this way, then I think I know that I can only do it the other way. Yeah, I've somehow got to get to the 2, which is absolutely insane. I mean, however I get from the 1 to the 2, I think I'm going to need to go under here to get out, right? Because however the 1 connects to the 2 is going to create this giant wall. It's then going to go up to the 3, and it's going to need to come back down, and it's going to need to get through here, right? I feel like this has to happen. Oh, it could go through an intersection. Oh, God damn it. Yep, you're completely right. It could go through an intersection. That's kind of the whole thing of the puzzle that I have already forgotten about as I contemplate the nature and purpose of reality. Yes. Oh, right. The rules. Yes. The rules. The rules. I was hoping there would be a rule about something like you visiting an intersection between each pair of numbers or something, but there's nothing about the distribution of the intersections across pairs. At least that I was able to intuit from the statement. This cell definitely connects either to the 6 or to the 4, but not both. And it either... Uh, uh, if you don't go from the 3 to the 4 immediately... Uh-oh. It's getting deleted. Uh... 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 Yes, I was also assuming the direction of the loop. Uh... Hey, David, how are you doing? Uh... Okay, yeah, I feel like the way the 6 and the 4 work, there's got to be something intelligent I can say about it, but I am presently at a loss. Uh, like I feel like I should be able to say where this cell connects, uh, because I know it connects to one of these two, but not both, and one of these two, but not both, which feels like it should tell me something, but it has not yet told me anything. Uh, if 6 goes vertically, doesn't that trap the 4? Okay, so then this needs to go to the 4. Oh, I think it does, actually. Uh, because this now needs to go to the 4. Uh, need to do... Oh, maybe not. I think I could do that, right? I think I could get away with this as a way of avoiding that. But I agree we're very much at risk of trapping things. And I can have an intersection next to a number, unfortunately. Okay, so if the 6 is horizontal, then we know this is also horizontal. Does that break? Or do I get out of this with like an intersection like that, probably? I think I probably get out of that with an intersection like that. Uh, uh, okay, this is 12 by 12. I can't have two intersections next to each other. That's not allowed in the rules, right? Does that break row 1, column 5? So if this 6 goes horizontally, then this goes horizontally. Why? Oh, that does actually connect the 1 to the thing. Because the 1 would have to go... Okay, so let's go through this carefully. So if the 6 does go horizontally, we definitely have this horizontal connection up here. This can't connect down. So yeah, this 1 has to turn, I guess, is the way to think about it. This can't create a mini loop, so it goes down. Yeah, I think this just immediately forces the... I think even without thinking about the one, I think it... Well, maybe you were thinking about the one a tiny bit. Uh, but ultimately, that does break. I'm trying to think about the intelligent way to... what wouldn't have been a mini loop? Did I screw something up? Oh, is it just fine if this happens? Maybe that's totally fine. Uh, oh, right. This end now is stuck. Right. It's got to go to a number and it's the wrong number, whatever number it goes to. Right. Okay. So that really does happen. So this really does uh, work like this. I cannot make this an intersection because the second I make this an intersection, now the 6 and the 1 connect to each other. So I agree that I think I now agree with all of this, and I think this is not an intersection. Uh, and now I agree. I think it's broken because now it's either a mini loop or the 6 connects to the 4, and both of those are bad. Uh, so, uh, so, and I feel like with any pencil puzzle, like the best way to get intuition for it is to start trying to draw stuff in if you're not sure what to do. Uh, okay. I now cannot connect this because if I connect these, now I force, so just to show you this, if I connect these, I now force that, which is bad. So I can't do that. So I have to do that. Okay, and I can't connect the 4 horizontally, so I have to connect it vertically, which then forces that over there. Okay, this is a non-intersection because it would bombard the 4. Would turn the 4 into an intersection. Yeah, 1 and 6, unlikely to connect. Agree. So we get that. This can't be an intersection because it would turn the 6 into an intersection. Okay, now could this be an intersection? That seems like it might be actually quite nice if this was an intersection. Let's see. Can I repeat this trick with a 5 somehow? I don't think I quite can. Like, if the 5 does go horizontally, it does create a lot of pressure on the 1, but I don't think it's a problem per se. At least not that I can tell. Let's see, to the extent that clockwise is well defined in this puzzle, which I think it is, we're going clockwise and not counterclockwise. I don't think crossing or not crossing affects whether you're going clockwise or counterclockwise. Because we go from the 3 and then to the 4. So I think that means I'm trying to connect this end to the 2, not this end. Kale says, I think you can switch clockwisedness with crossing. Interesting. Oh, I guess, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, figure eight does change crossing or change clockwise-edness. Uh, you're right, because this is clockwise and that's counterclockwise, right? Darn. Uh, I do know the 9 has to connect back to the 1 somehow, but heaven help me if I know anything about how that works. Uh, uh, I am running out of spots to put intersections in row 2. Uh, and maybe if I think about the intersections in row 2 and row 3, maybe I'm supposed to do star battle things because I think this is a star battle puzzle. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I can actually note that I do have to put 4 intersections in 4 2x2s. I have no idea what to make of that, but it is true that I do need to find a way to put one of these to be an intersection. One of these three, one of these three, one of these three, and one of these four is an intersection. Uh, uh, Now, is there some... can't be an intersection in column 10 because that excludes the rest of row 2. Like if I put an intersection there... then I would have to put an intersection there. See, I'm trying to think about how this works. Yeah, that somehow, yeah, how on earth does that end up happening? Yeah, so uh uh I'm trying to figure out I'm sure this is supposed to be a standard Star Battle thing, but it does cascade left and put, I think, 3 different intersections in row 2, right? Because if I look at this now, I've got to make that one... Oh, sorry, in row 3. It makes all of them end up in row 3. Is the point that I need one of these to be an intersection? Is that somehow... Uh, should that somehow be apparent to me? Because I feel like this argument would be elegant if that were the point. So does it break immediately if for some reason I try and make these the 2 intersections? Yes, it does. I can't make these the 2 intersections in row 2 because if I do, this cell is now broken. Yeah, because now this is dead. So I think that's perfectly reasonable. So one of these at least is an intersection. Uh, and therefore, by Star Battle stuff, that's never an intersection. Uh, is what I was looking for. Uh, and so now, if I look at it, it's one of these 2. And so now it's one of these 2, so it's never that one. And now it's one of these 2, so it's never those 2. That's basically, I was trying to reproduce Vicious Point in a way that felt like I might be able to use it again, and I think we have done that, because now it's one of these 2, and if it's one of these 2, just to be clear, that means we can draw in this segment at least. Because whichever one it is, there's always that segment. Uh, uh, and now, does that tell me anything about the 5? Well, I'm trying to, like, mentally... Like, I can't... Basically, the point of this before is I can't have two adjacent intersections against a border. I agree, Ron. That was like part of my like thought looking into it, and having now spent 25 minutes on it, I'm still amazed that it has a solution. But what we saw up here is you can't have two. Maybe it's not even quite that broad. Maybe it's not as general as you can't have two intersections that are only 2 apart along a border. Maybe it had to be specifically in the corner. Let's see. It's not that this cell can't possibly be an intersection, is it? Because if that cell's an intersection, I see it's going to give me that and that immediately. And so that's going to make this an intersection. Make this go there, but that all looks okay. Oh, I think we can prove the 5 doesn't go horizontally, by Ron's point. If the 5 goes horizontally, now this looks like this. And now neither of these is an intersection. Oh, maybe that's still okay. If so, that's incredibly annoying, because now both of these are intersections. Doesn't that create a mini loop if I now make both of these intersections? Oh, no, that's not a mini loop. Okay, so maybe that is okay. I thought it broke in my head, but it did not break when I actually put it together. It would be nice if I knew, like, these couldn't both be intersections, I think, or something like that. But I don't think I know that. Like, I think that is okay as far as I can tell. If the 5 is vertical, so if the 5 is vertical, that does instantly tell me that neither of these two are intersections, so both of these are intersections. And so that's rather... Oh, yeah, that just breaks immediately, right? Because I've now put 3 intersections next to each other. So if the 5 is vertical, here's what happens. If the 5 is vertical, neither of these two is an intersection. So both of these two are an intersection, except now this is also an intersection, and you can't do that. So the 5's not vertical, it's horizontal. And so we can also draw in a connecting piece up here. And now this can't be an intersection. So this now is an intersection. I'll make it bright yellow, like that. And so now none of these are intersections, just for the record. This is a corner, so we can fill that in, regardless of whether this is an intersection or not. I'm trying to make sure I don't make any mistakes about assuming things aren't intersections. So, if this continues right, it has to be an intersection. Oh, unless this is an intersection, right? I don't actually know that this keeps going along this path. Right. This can't be an intersection now because if it was, it would turn this cell into an intersection, which it can't. Matt Laffey points out. So one of these two is an intersection. Very good spotting there. Right. We already proved these can't both be intersections. That was what we proved at the very beginning, right? These can't both be intersections. That was sort of our first thing, is if these are both intersections, we strand this cell. And so that means now, actually, that cell is definitely an intersection. And hence this cell is not. Okay, and so now these are one of each. Trying to do things like, do I think this can't go straight across? But I think it can go straight across. Now, I do have to keep in mind, I do need two intersections in these cells, and that's kind of restricted. That's true. None of this is intersection. So if it goes straight across, I would be connecting 1 to 6. So that's not going to work. So this does definitely come down. Good spot from Emma. That cell is for sure blue because I know one of these two is an intersection. Agree. So I know there's an intersection. Right. So I guess I don't know that these aren't both intersections without at least thinking about it. Do I know that these are not both intersections? I don't think I see an immediate reason why this breaks, although I'm pessimistic. Oh no, I do know they're not both intersections. Right. I do know they're not both intersections because one of those two is an intersection and there's an intersection in row 3 above it is the point. One of these is an intersection, and so whichever of them is an intersection doesn't have an intersection below it. And so the point is one of these three is an intersection, so that's not. Right, and I can't have two intersections here because it creates a third intersection in the middle, which is no good. And so, therefore, one of these two is an intersection, and therefore that is not. Okay, so one of these two is an intersection, and one of these two is an intersection. So I guess that lets me extend this line vertically down, right? Because basically that tells me one of these two is an intersection and one of these two is an intersection. Oh, and one of these two, right? Because we know one of these two is an intersection, one of these two is an intersection, and one of these two is an intersection. So that's all the intersections for one of those columns. Yeah, that's right. That's 3 of the 4 intersections for these two columns, as David says it. So Oh, interesting. So the 6 is not going to connect nicely to the 5, uh, unless it goes down and that does that or something. Uh, let's see. I'm basically just curious if this insta breaks, because we know so much about this. That does instant break. If I try and put the things in this, it breaks because it breaks that cell. Uh, is the point. I guess this is the same. This is the same argument we made, just rotated 90 degrees. These can't both be intersections, and so therefore these are both intersections, and that's an intersection, and we can blue around those a little bit, and I can fill in the intersections. And so now this goes up here. Oh, right. I can blue the entirety of column 9 now, right? This now connects over here. That comes down there. This comes down here. This comes down here. The 6 and the 5 still have not connected, right? If I read this correctly. Although I think they could if I connected like those two. Yeah, maybe I want to make each of these a different color just to try and keep track of where my threads are, like Puzzlink does. Because and this sort of makes sense to do at least occasionally in areas where I know I have all the intersections. Let's see. Kale says row 4, column 3 can't be an intersection. Because then you get a bunch of dominoes in column 2 and 3. What do we mean by dominoes? Let me just draw it in real quick. If I it just connects 4 to 1, right? It definitely connects 4 to 1. I agree with that. So that is not an intersection. So one of these two is an intersection. Right. In column 10, it's being pointed out by Todd. One of these 3 is an intersection, and one of these 2 is an intersection. So therefore, that's never an intersection. Okay. The 2x2s in column 2 and 3 are actually quite restricted. So I need, because basically I need one here, so I can't have one here. Basically, I have to have them in this arrangement, is what Emma is saying, and Ron as well. One, two, three. Okay. Right. We know one of these two, Ron is pointing out, one of these two is definitely an intersection, so neither of these can be intersections. And now, why can't they both be at the top? Oh, right. Sorry, they could both be at the top because we our thing is only true specifically for corners. They could both be at the top. Thank you. Ooh. Row 5, column 11 can't have an intersection. No, row 7, column 11 really is, because row 7, column 11 was the statement that you can't have 2 down here, and you can't have 2 and 2. Oh, let's see. If I put an intersection here, it connects 5 to 8. Yeah, so... Right, it just directly connects 5 to 8, right. Yes, it just directly connects 5 to 8. I don't have to think about it that hard. Although apparently I had to think about it very hard. Yes. Yes, I don't have to think any further than, yeah, pink does that. Yeah, okay. If this is an intersection, it forces that to be an intersection immediately for whatever that is worth. Oh, row 5 now. Just look at row 5. Now those have to be intersections. So, well, there have to be an intersection in those, I should say. So just to fill that in, that means we get a little bit of road, but it also means that this is kaput, as is that. Oh, and I guess I could do the same thing with filling in the little bit of road in these when I know one of the two of them is an intersection. This is quite fiendish. I agree with that. Oh, right. One of these two is, so I can also draw in that. They connect, right? Okay, row 6 now is getting a little bit tight. It's funny, I know one of these two is an intersection at least, if not both. I wonder if I can prove not both. By which, and to be clear, when I say I wonder if I can prove not both, what I mean is I'm not going to think about it at all, but maybe someone in chat will prove it. Let's see. Do I know anything about this? No, I don't think so. I don't think I know anything about this. Let's see. Do I know which way this turns yet? I don't think so. Let's see. There does seem to be some value in contemplating, like, ruling out a few more of these cells. Like, just because Starbattle is so powerful, like, I guess one thing I know is these aren't both intersections, right? That's the thing we've proved a million times, right? We're going to prove it on every corner. These aren't both intersections, because if they were both intersections, you strand this cell. And so if I know those aren't both intersections, then I know one of these two is an intersection, and so that's not an intersection. I believe that. Yeah, I know one of those is an intersection. Oh, I was thinking I knew I couldn't do both of those, so that had to be, but that's not quite true. Oh, does the same logic work for the row 5, 7? Let's see. Yep, it does indeed. I agree. It wasn't against a corner, so I had to check. But yeah, these can't both be intersections either, and so therefore that is not an intersection because one of these two has to be. So that actually even more restricts what's going on in row 6. Yeah, it's a weirdo corner. Yeah, it creates corner-like conditions. Yeah, I definitely believed it was going to work. I just had to see it because I couldn't quite. It didn't quite fit into my. I'm not going to think about it again. I'm just going to apply it rubric. Uh, oh, these can't both be intersections. Uh, it breaks row 5. It sure does. It sure does. Because now basically the point is now I can't make either of those intersections because they're diagonally adjacent to that. And so therefore this is a bomb. And so we can connect that. And we know that this connects straight through. Because that is the way of it. We do need one in each of these 2x2s now, because of that. Right. Blue can't connect down, because if blue connects down, I connect 1 to 8, and that would be unfortunate. I should not connect 1 to 8. These either both go in or both go out of this. But they have to both go out, right? I think it's actually the opposite. I think they go down. Because this is a 2x2 that needs to have an even number of loop pieces coming into it. It's certainly got 2. If they both go in, that assuredly means the 8 connects to either the 6 or the 5, neither of which is good, right? Oh, I guess it's possible that they both go in and, yeah, they both go in and connect to each other, is, I guess, possible as well, unfortunately. The row 5, column 6. Or row 6, column 5 is an intersection, and they both rule out row 4, column 5. They do both rule out row 4, column 5, because one of these two is, and one of these two is, and so it's either that way or it's that way, and they both knock this out of being able to be an intersection, is Garian's point. This one by putting 2 in the column, and this one by touching it directly. So therefore, this is an intersection, and that's going to do, I suspect, a lot of damage. Because now that's not an intersection, and so now that's an intersection. Also, what psychopath set this? This seems like this would just be torture to yourself to set, more so than it is to the solver. That's a corner. Let's see. Okay, so we've got the 3 and the 4 going on. Right. Now if this is an intersection, that creates a problem. So now this is an intersection. Okay. Boy, does my brain not want to look at this piece. What on earth is happening? Okay, I don't think it immediately breaks if this is an intersection, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I've got to now try and follow the threads of where things go. If the 6 goes right, it connects 1 to 3. Okay, so if I make this connection, it now forces that connection, which forces this connection, and now the 1 and the 3 are connected, and that doesn't work. So I can't do that, is what we were saying. And I can't do that either, so therefore the blue has to turn this way. So we can extend the blue here through here. And therefore now this needs to connect down here. These can't connect because that would be connecting the 1 to the 3. And so this comes over here. Yeah, the 3-4 line, it's visually far away enough. I agree aesthetically it would like a new color, but it's not actually difficult for me to keep track of the 3-4 line at the moment. It will, so I'm going to reserve the new color for when it becomes difficult for me to disentangle something from something. Let's see, one of these is an intersection. Drifted away from the other green right after you said that. Yeah, there was a brief moment, yeah, where these were sort of getting close to each other, where it would have been very touch and go all of a sudden. Let's see. Okay, the 3 and 4 want to connect to the 5 eventually. The 5 also wants to connect to the 6. And so, like, one end of this is connecting to one end of that. Yeah, row 7, column 7 is blue by the row 5 and 6 yellows. Right. This is Garian's point again, I think, which is that we know these intersections either look like that or like that, and both of them nab that cell for these purposes. Row 10, column 5 is not an intersection by column 4, right? One of these now is an intersection, and so that's never an intersection. Right. This, hey VJ, how are you doing? Nice to see you again after seeing you in an unexpected place on Sunday. Well, I mean, it wasn't unexpected by the time it happened. But yeah, if this was an intersection, that would be an intersection, which would be very bad by previous note. And so, therefore, this is an intersection, which means that that is an intersection, which means that that is an intersection, and none of the rest of this is. Okay, and I can draw in said intersections. And then we may need a splash of color because this is going to be a nightmare to keep track of, I suspect. And that is all the intersections for this row, by the way. And so now I know that these two connect because one of them is an intersection. by previous work. And I know that these two connect because one of them is an intersection because the row needs one. And therefore, that's never an intersection because one of these two is an intersection. And these two connect because one of these two is an intersection. So that's never an intersection. And so that's definitely an intersection, which gives me all of that. Oh, and now this isn't an intersection. And so that's an intersection. Oh, and now this is an intersection because column 5 needs an intersection. Okay, and now one of these two is an intersection for column 6, so these two aren't intersections, and we can draw our little liney bit. Now column 7 needs an intersection, so it's here. I hope you're drinking water. So now this is an intersection. Okay, one of these two is an intersection, so they connect. And now heaven help us. So this is a corner now, so I can continue the blue through the corner. And so now this is blue. So that's connecting to the 1, so it wants to connect to the 9. This is now a corner, so that turns up. This is now a corner, so this becomes thingy. Oh, right. It does immediately because the 9 is straight, and so now we need to remember the rule that the 9 is straight. So there we go. Yeah, you can't turn on the 9. Okay, the 8 had better not connect to the 5 or the 6, actually. So this 8, actually, if you look at it, chat has pointed out, if it goes left, it connects to the 5. If it goes up, it connects to the 6. So its only option is actually to connect down, which makes this connect up, and it becomes pink, if we're continuing our pinky lines. So now these want to connect. Because they actually would match. Now this has to continue forward. And now this has to continue over here. And now this is a corner that's fulfilled by the pink. And now this connects it. So we can fulfill David's wish and pinken backwards along here. At least I assume that David's wish was just for there to be more pink. Okay. There we go. Okay, this pink can't connect down because that would connect a 6 to a 9. So we're going to have that go this way. This can't connect right because that would connect 6 to 1, which seems bad. We don't want to connect the 6 to the 9 either. This is a corner. I'm not actually sure that that's the cell that someone said is a corner. Row 8, column 4 is a corner, I'm being told. Row 8, column 4 is a corner. I agree. Oh boy. Pink only has 5 and 6. Oh, pink does have 5 and 6 on it. Okay, so those could connect. Row 7. Oh yeah, we cannot make that connection. We don't have Jovi here to approve it. So we need to pull that down. And And like this doesn't even have any clues. I'm just appreciating that this doesn't have any clues other than the locations of the numbers. So like setting this must have just been like, how on earth? Uh, 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 like there's no way that this was set by saying I'm going to add one clue at the to the grid at a time until it's unique, right? There's no possible way, given how we have gone about solving this. Uh, yes, if this is an intersection, I connect 1 to 7. That sounds bad. We should not do that. So therefore, that is my intersection. Thank you, Garion. And therefore, now we know that one of these two is an intersection. To finish off that bit, oh, this needs an even number of loop ends. Right. If this goes down, basically, yeah, I agree. This needs an even number of loop ends, and the only way we can get an extra one is to pull that up. Or alternatively, if you don't like that, you can say if I pulled that down, I would force connecting these and I'd strand the pink. Now, I would, of course, very much like to connect these two, but I don't know that I 100% can yet. That's a corner. I have seen that that is a corner. I have seen that this is a corner. I have seen that this is a corner. So I have seen that this is a corner. Can we color the corner? Oh, we want to color this nonsense string. Yeah, we can color that. We'll color it in red. Apologies if you are this red, this green color blind. My other option was yellow or orange, which yellow I think does not show up very well. I guess I could have done gray. If we need another one, I'll do gray, I guess. Okay. This red is connecting either to 2 or to 3 or 4. In particular, that means it. Oh crap! I was gonna say that means it never connects to 5 or 6, but 5 and 4 are in fact next to each other. Fun fact. I had a whole class about it in grad school. Let's see. Okay, this 9 is to connect. Oh, would it connect the 3 to the 5? Right, it would connect the 3 to the 5. Right. Red would connect the 3 to the 5. Right. If the red connects here, then I have connected to I've connected the 5 over to either the 2 or to the 3, neither of which is a valid connection. I did it not correctly in my head. Okay, so I can't do that. And so pink therefore goes this way, and red therefore goes this way. I think I'm going to let these maintain their identity as a message of peace for everyone who is pink or green, that we can get along with those of different colors or something. Okay, so now I have gone from 3, 4, 5. So now this pink green conglomeration has pink on one end at 6 and 3 on the other. Yep. Let's see. Blue has 1 on one end and 9 on the other. Row 8, column 9 cannot connect right. Because row 9, column 11 connects 8 and 1. Does it end up connecting 6 and 1? I think if I connect these two, then I connect these two, and then I connect this, and now I've connected 8 to 6, is what I see, which does sound bad. So we should not do that thing I just said, and we should send that down instead. And now this blue... Oh, this blue could connect there. It can't connect there. Okay, this really does want to connect to the 7, I guess, now. Okay, this is the 1 side. I do need to remember the 7 does one of these two things. Okay, this is the 9. So that's the end that has to get to the 2 somehow. I suppose. Okay, if this goes right, it keeps going right. Is that a problem? I cannot honestly tell you. Yeah, we can certainly say this is the 9 end, that's the 1 end of this. Row 10, column 8, and row 10, column 10 can't both be intersections because it strands row 9, column 9. So just to show you that, by which I mean to help myself visualize the thing that Vish just said, it is that because of the 7 being a station and so continuing, we just create this dead end for this to go into if we do that. And that is quite big, because that if we can't make both of these intersections, that means we have to make this an intersection. Good spotting to Vish. Now, I admit I had thought that was going to do it immediately, but that whatever it is, that seems not to have done it. At least in my mind, because I didn't get like a bunch more corners or anything to fill in. Uh, uh, if row 9, column 7 goes down, then 8 connects to 2 or 3. That's true. That's true. So Emma's point is if I connect this 8 here, then I follow my end here to the green. I can't connect the 8 to the 2, so I have to connect up. But now I'm back to the connection of, do I want to connect the 8 to the 2? No. So then I connect the 8 here, but now I've connected the 8 to the 3, and that doesn't work either. So we do not make that connection. Right. Okay. So Garion now says, now if you look at this, you can actually make a very similar argument, which is that if I connect these, then I can't do this because that would create a somewhat obscene looking mini loop. So I would have to do this. But now actually, if you just look at what happens, that now connects the 2 directly to the 8. So that doesn't work. So now the 2 is definitely vertical. So the red connects over here. And so the red can continue, and the red can continue. The 2 can continue. The red, by the way, is the 3 end of this loop. So the 3 end could well connect to the 2. That would be legitimate. This seems to be a connection. So we will continue that. So now we've got the 9 going back to the 8 over here. Okay, now this can't be an intersection anymore because of the turn. So now that means that these are our last 2 intersections. And the 7 does have to go up like that because that's how numbers work in this puzzle. The pink must continue down from the 6. So the pink continues across here. The blue continues through here. Didn't we break it? Oh, no. I see what has to happen here. Okay, so the blue can't make that connection. Because that would be connecting a 1 to a 6. So the blue assuredly has to go here. Now, the blue can't connect there either, because that would be connecting a 1 to a 7. So the 7 has to connect up to an 8, and that's okay. We accept those sorts of connections in our lives. The 1 still can't connect to the 6, though. So the 1 has to go down. Through this corner, which means the pink here, which is the 6, has to connect like this. Still can't connect to the blue. So the 6 connects up to the 7, and then the 8, and then the 9, and so on. And so then the blue runs underneath, like this. And now we've got to sort out the thing. Yeah, this is one of the most flummoxing creations I think I have seen, just in terms of just contemplating what setting this must have been like. I would like directional indicators, yes. I agree. This is a corner, right? So now this turns down here, which means that this now is the blue. This turns here. Now this turns here, and now I can't connect these because that would be a mini loop, and so I connect those instead, and there we go. our absolutely absurd puzzle. Well done to the bookworm for whatever that was. Uh, I'm very glad I did this. I would not. Oh, I can delete the X. Yes. I would not immediately leap at the opportunity to do another puzzle exactly like this, but I will say one thing I've really enjoyed that I don't see very often, but I've really enjoyed every time I have seen it, is the loop with numbers where you have to go through the numbers in order. Uh, yeah, this is, as Nell says, this is right up there with Bent's puzzles in the How on Earth Did You Set This, which I guess has in common that they're both star battles, and it's ridiculous whenever basically anyone does anything with a star battle. Because spoiler, I have published 0 star battles. I have attempted to set many star battles, but every time it ends up with me throwing my hands up. The like ice puzzles where you have to slide straight through any of the ice things, like Ice Barn. I've done some of this. I think I've only done the gaps of them. I don't think I've done anything. Yeah, ooh boy. But yeah, that was very cool. This thing, yeah. And I don't mind the intersection part, but the part that's really cool to me is the like you have to go through these in order and somehow not screw that up. Very neat overall. Hats off to Bookworm for this. There are a million variations I can't keep straight. Yeah, that does happen to me with pencil puzzle genres. Is that there are endless variations of them, and some of them I can remember, and some of them I cannot. I at least finally remember which one Hayawake is, and we'll talk about that at the Sudoku Con talk. I get to finally try and see if I can teach myself to remember what a Hayawake penalty is. Alrighty. But that is going to be all for today. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. We've done a lot of fun stuff today. Some of those puzzles by that zetamath guy that we did were pretty cool. But seriously, the both the star battles that we did were real standouts to me as being really neat puzzles all in all. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. Don't forget to like the stream. And big thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, both of who were featured in their own way today, and new Turbine, Tyson Price. So thank you so much to everyone. I'll see you all real soon, back on Sunday. So thanks for watching. Bye for now.